Well, good morning, everyone. So glad you could make it for our first ever social media workshop. Social media is not a big part of our life, right? I wish, right? I thought I would kind of talk about one of my favorite topics because it's a topic I think as we think about social media and how these things tie in, the idea of justice. Because I think we implement justice online a lot. And I think the cancel culture is kind of an indication of disagree with you. I'll use justice to quiet you. I don't hear your points of view, but we can use social media as a positive. I want to kind of talk about how God views justice. And so my first we're going to use today is Psalm 81, verses 1 through 8. And it says, God stands in the congregation of the mighty. He judges among the gods. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Defend the poor and the fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and the needy. Free them from the hand of the wicked. They do not know, nor do they understand. They walk about in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are unstable. I said, you are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But you shall die like men, and fall like one of the princesses. Arise, O God, the judge of the earth, and you shall inherit the earth. Psalm 82 is a strong cry for justice in the world of injustice. From the writer's vantage point, he saw the poor mistreated, the orphans disenfranchised, the suffering loaded down with heavier burdens, and all of this happened at the hands of those who had been given the responsibility to ensure fairness. They trusted with power, those trusted with power were abusing it. Sadly, as we look at our world today, we are where too little in the regards has changed in 3,000 years. Our enemy Satan has demonstrated frightful ability to worm his way into the powerful bases of society and use them for his own ends. Far too often, individuals and selfish motivations and questionable agendas rise to the places of power. Our hearts are especially grieved when those who suffer persecution and abuse at the hands of such people. Maybe you're dealing with such a measure of unfair treatment in your own situation. Someone with power or influence over you or your circumstances is making your life difficult. Whether like the psalmist, you're saddened by the injustice in the world around you or dealing with it up close and personal, the good news is that our God stands in the congregation of the mighty and rules among the judges of the world. Verse 1 also triumphantly proclaims, those who may be gods in the eyes of people are no gods to our God. Keep in mind today that when we know our true God encounters injustice, mistreatment at the hands of the powerful, we always have a higher court to which to plead our case. With even greater encouragement, verse 8 reveals to us that the day is coming when our Lord will rule over all nations, for he will judge the earth and shall inherit all nations. This reminds us of the angel's proclamation in Revelations 11:15. The kingdom of this world will become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. Let's pray. Dear Father, give you thanks that we gather together today and talk about how to make use of some of the tools the world has to offer to proclaim justice in a world of injustice, to proclaim grace in a world of law, and to let your light shine brightly through our communications and our interactions with those around us. In your son's name we pray. My pleasure to introduce to you a dear friend, Craig. Craig and I have known each other for a long time, 16 years we worked together in Northern Illinois. Craig and I were almost on the same congregation at one point. It's a long story, but
My saddest day in ministry left.
right. But
Something didn't happen.
he's written several books, and he'll tell you about some of those too. He's wonderful devotions he's put together. You are DC,
DCO.
DCO. For those who don't know, Director of Christian Outreach, and that was one of Craig's big gifts in the district. Also, his discipleship. He's just a wonderful blessing to us. He's going to talk to us about social media because Craig started his own company to help churches better make use of their social media accounts. So, and you pray.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Thank you, everybody, for having me. And just give a little quick further story on me. So yes, I'm a roster DCO. I was a second career church worker. I went to first Valparaiso University, got a marketing degree there. And then I worked in the printing business for 11 years, and then I just felt this call from the Lord to do church work. In fact, my pastor, Mike Newman, who's from Palatine, Illinois, northwest suburb, was a huge influence on me to take that stuff. He is now the Texas district president, which has been kind of neat just to see him, rise in the way. And then, yeah, so then my church, Prince of Peace in Palatine, even while I was getting I went back to school at Concordia St. Paul, so it's just straight, north of there. Got my outreach certification there, and then Prince of Peace brought me on board right away to do evangelism and missions. And not for long after that, I took on small groups, and then ultimately worked for 3 churches in the North District doing small groups. And then at my last church, I joked that I was director of miscellaneous. We were without a pastor for 3 years. Other staff people left. There weren't many left, and I was just kind of doing 50 million things. In fact, before the pastor left, I had a good friend, Amanda Herr, who came that we contracted to help us with social media and communications. And it was such a good training time with her. That's where I learned a lot of stuff. And then she even had she has her own communications company. And she was a newer Christian. One of them was a church out in the Detroit area. And I guess from whatever acumen I was able to display to her, that I was kind of getting at how to do social media. We're just starting here, so yeah, come on in. There's the sheets and but she said, "Hey, Craig, I'm a newer Christian. I've got a church on board that I really would need someone. I'm not feeling comfortable. I need someone who would speak the language a little bit more." So started working with them. Still have never, and I've been working with this church in north of Detroit for now, I think 6 years. I still have never even been out there, but have a great relationship with them, meet via Zoom and all this stuff, and help them grow their social media reach. But and then this is a neat way to just equip you all with just the best practices. And it was a year, on social media, and it was about a year ago, maybe 2 Aprils ago, where I said, each week I'm going to start writing down, called it a Tuesday tip. And I put this Tuesday tip on my Facebook account for my business and Instagram and everything. And I'm just going to just give myself away. This is what I'm learning. This is what I'm doing. And then I did have the idea, it'd be kind of neat, maybe after a year after I've collected all this, I could use this as training material. And really is pretty almost kind of the training is kind of chronological, kind of builds up on each other. And that's what we're going to today. So I wanted to kind of go around though and find out where you guys, maybe say your name, what church you're from, and what's your role in social media or communications, and maybe what are you looking at out of it as well. So
Why not? I'm Darla Hirsch. I am from Trinity Lutheran out of Jefferson. I am very new in my role with the church as SOC for starting in January. So, and Facebook is where I'm, I guess I'll say, dipping my toes in to start with, try to help grow our church a little bit more, bring more people in, do the whole social media thing. And I have to admit, I know not about Facebook. say I choose pastor. I'm like, I know enough to be about dangerous, and that's about it. And
Okay.
so I post pictures and little quotes, and that's about where I've got.
Okay.
I'm Julie Coy, and I'm from St. Paul, Ames. And I'm one of our church secretaries, and I manage our church's Facebook account. Basically, all I do is post our link for our live stream service each week. And, you know, I know there's so much more I could do, and it's just like, how much time do I have to devote to that, and what would be the most effective?
Right. Yeah. I was sharing with Jonathan so I've got about 12 accounts I work with right now, and I've got a team that helps me. I'm not doing it all myself. If I wanted to, I could spend 40 hours just on one account because there's so many things. So you gotta pick the most important things. So just as we're going through that today, I really don't want to overwhelm anyone. Just pick your nuggets.
I'm Vicki Stogville from Messiah Lutheran in Johnston, Iowa, just north of Des Moines. And I handle a lot of our social media. I actually shut off my Facebook account because I can't stand Facebook, but others post there, but I can get into it if I need to. But I built our church's website to help maintain our child care center's website. But what I really want to know is I've been trying to set up an Instagram page for like a year, and I have a full-time job aside from being a pastor's wife. So
Okay.
I don't have a lot of time to spend on it. I've tried it a few times, and Meta is super weird about how they do stuff like that. And so I'm hoping to get some.
Like
tips.
connecting them together. Yeah, I can be. Yeah.
And it's driving me nuts. So before I leave here today, I want to.
Okay.
talk about
Yeah.
the information.
Yeah. Break her to lunch too. I can help. Right.
I'm Benita Meyer from Trinity. He left.
How dare
And
you.
none of the other pastors wanted anything to do with it, and so it just kind of got dumped on my lap, and so I knew nothing, so. just trying-
And here you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just trying to maintain kind of.
Doug Lawrence from St. Paul here in Fort Dodge,
Okay.
and I'm here to support Rod. I guess we both thought it started at 9:30.
Okay.
I thought it was early.
We kind of delayed it so we could make sure there's 2009
And also, I support him sometimes when he's tied up or busy or has. Probably good for me to know some of it too.
Yeah. Okay.
Linda Salvini, I'm the office manager of Trinity Lutheran in Des Moines. We have a Facebook page. We had a web page. However, if I remember, it was either hacked or the people that owned it sold it and got out of it. It wasn't really up there. It was there. And you go to the calendar, but it was like way outdated. There wasn't anybody that was really into doing that and keeping it up, which was kind of sad. So we have a new pastor he's almost been here a year now, Pastor Carl Wendorf. Really much into websites. Good notes and, now it's being recorded. So you can.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Good.
So hopefully we'll get a website, a good website up and running and up to date with stuff.
Okay. Great. I booked. There's sheets and a card to grab.
I'm Annie Dodge. I go to Sympathies. Office, Master DPE. This has continuing ed into the resource.
I'm Jonathan Cotner. I'm pastor at Zion and Manning. I guess for me, I'm just trying to make sure I'm knowledgeable in the variety of different communication platforms. Especially I'm interested in maybe learning when we get to creating reels or short videos. Be able to communicate through that piece would be helpful. I do very rudimentary stuff, and I mean really rudimentary.
Okay.
But I'd like to learn.
Tom Molitor from Peace in Des Moines. Similar story to yours, actually. I joined this church about 5 years ago, and like most people, the first thing you look at church is the website. For some reason I stayed, but I think the average person, like it was more like it was a very bad website.
Yeah.
And I like was pounding on them, like, you gotta fix this.
Yeah.
Eventually, actually, there's a new website. Pastor runs that.
Mhm.
Also Facebook. Doesn't get used a lot. I kind of took over that a couple of years ago. Posting maybe. Would be nice to get into maybe like Instagram. No, a lot of people are on that as well.
But the younger families,
Yeah.
yeah.
In general, it seems like this congregation. But like I said, if you are interested in finding a new church,
Right.
those are like the things you're gonna check first.
Right. Yeah. And then inside of looking for a church, as far as checking. And I think it's almost equal, like you're gonna go check Facebook. We're going around and just sharing, introducing ourselves, what church you're from, how you're kind of connected with patients, what you're looking to get.
Pastor Lopez, you're Hispanic vision developer. Good to learn. I like to write, think, and then she puts everything on those pages.
Okay.
It's a funny church. Yeah, so just trying to learn. And our people are aligned to Facebook more than anything.
Yeah.
But we need to learn to get into the new generations, the new bilingual people that are out there.
And I'm here to learn because like he said. Do and then figure it out.
Lowell Harvey, Director of Communications for Lutherans for Life, based in Nevada. And I work with Facebook a lot, but I don't do much with Instagram. I'd like to get more up to speed on that. And I work from home, so this was a nice road trip to get out of the house.
I work from home too, so I like to get out of the house. Yeah, yeah.
Man, I'm on staff here at District West, Director of ILA, which is Missions and Outreach. Personally, I do Facebook, some Instagram, some Snapchat. Last two are more to keep in touch with my kids. Type of thing they say I don't really get it because I only like people I already know. I'm not using it for big out,
Interesting, yeah.
So, but I do have a Facebook page for ILA, but I would like to get more consistent, especially like with scheduling things to go out. So it's not like, oh yeah, I haven't posted something in a while.
Yeah.
Reels as well, doing short video content, just getting better at creating content and then knowing what to do with it once it's created.
My name is Linda Hedlund. I am a member of St. Paul's Lutheran. Here because I was told to be here. I just recently joined staff at the elementary or the early learning center for the church. One of the things that we want to do is to have a bigger social media just to get the word out that we're there and that we offer something that's real special for the public figures.
Bob Finke, St. Paul's Lutheran Church. I help out pastors with the Facebook page. I also have like a media team that handle live streaming the services on Sundays.
Okay, yeah,
I'm Lori Payton. I'm from St. Paul, Sac City. And I run the Facebook. I kind of convinced my church to get Facebook maybe 5 years ago, and I run the page for that and just decided to learn what I don't know.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, we're gonna really walk through the notes here, but then I'll show you I'll show you examples and things up on this. So it's not so much like a big PowerPoint presentation. This is kind of your guide today. And I will tell you when to turn the page because we had some issues with that. So if you go to page 2, just as a starting point, it was how we started today with Keith's devotion. Prayer, yeah, this is just it's the Holy Spirit thing. So, I mean, as I was sharing before, I saw I'm a director of Christian outreach. So outreach is just a huge part of my heart. And really that is for my whole business, even though I'm a for-profit business, at the core of what we want to be about, and my whole team, at the core of each individual, we want to reach more and more people with Jesus, more and more people in our communities that spread. And and that's why I'm here today. I just want to be able to equip you all to be able to do that more effectively as well. And so, I don't do it for every post, but I'll when I'm kind of going through each of my accounts, about a dozen churches and ministries that I work with. I'll just spend a moment just praying that the posts that go out that week would reach people for Jesus, or would if it's for existing Christians, we deepen their faith as well. Because posts that we put out, it's not just all, we certainly put things that are, events and things going on at the church, but I also try to post like Bible verses or inspirational quotes or this or that, just to encourage and put people and build them up in their faith. Help them to know Jesus maybe for the first time. I just posted John 3:16 as a reel the other day. So with the hope that, someone new, maybe he'd come to believe Jesus as Savior. So that's just kind of a beginning point. And you'll even see that if you go to page 3. So this is just, and I can send you, so you've got my card there. And if anyone wants to see, I just created this in Google Docs. Using that so I do a little, social media grid for each of my accounts, and I walk through it, every single day. And there's a reason for that too, as I was sharing, there's so many little things and nuggets to keep track of. So for me, it's just too much. So I've got to kind of have it on a grid and just check them off during the day for each of these accounts. So at the very top, I've got pray for the church. So that's good. I just do that on really a weekly basis. I'll walk through this quickly, and then I'm going to show you what it looks like on Meta Business Suite, which is the tool owned by Facebook, but a tool used for posts for both Facebook and Instagram. But each Monday, I'll go through and I'll show you where I go and invite people who have liked a post on, let's say, for Facebook account, but have yet liked the page or follow the page. It's sort of the low-hanging fruit with the intent for them to then follow the page. I'll ask my churches for, hey, can you send me pictures from events? Those are huge. If someone said if you got babies and dogs or whatever, those are the things people are going to want to see. Or children, I mean, those are just huge. You see bigger numbers, bigger engagement posts when you've got people and these pictures and activity happening. I thought it's been a big thing with COVID. Obviously, I'm assuming you guys have can relate with this as well, as so many people just staying home and being online and not being maybe a part of what's going on in your church buildings or on your church campuses. And to me, when you show pictures of, let's say, an event that just happened, you're then showing them, you just missed this. They're almost like, oh gosh, that was so cool. Everyone's looking like that. I should have been there. So I'm thinking of that. I will have a little note to go clean up. If you say you go on a Facebook page, there's the top banner of the church or ministry or what have you. Go and update that on a regular basis. I track stats. there's so many things you can track. You can track the number of followers. You can track how your Meta Business Suite. You can track reach, your engagement. There's so many things. At my minimum, I just try to track the number of followers. I just try to keep it simple and seeing that each week I'm growing in my followers. And if there's something that it's kind of like that has been like a stagnant thing, then I'm sitting back and trying to think, okay, what's another to reach more people? So it's kind of my main tracking of how well the social media is working. There's something where you update Linktree. Who goes on Instagram? Raise hands. Okay. So on Instagram, there is you can't, so you're doing a post and let's say you have a link let's say for those who don't know Instagram. If there's a link to register for something on Instagram and in your content with the picture, you can't put a link like you could put a link, but if you pressed it with your finger, it would go nowhere. So there's a part on Instagram where it says bio, and that's where you can have that's where like the one place where there's a link. And there's a feature that's a free service called Linktree, where you can set up. If I go to show you, not going to trip open course. Just show a point. Show your Linktree. It's a free service, but like anything, you can always add buzz and whistles to. I haven't done that with any of my accounts, and I haven't found a necessity to do that at all. So this is one for a Pilgrim church in Houston. And so on the right here, so if you're on Instagram and you click the link in this bio, it's on the top of your phone, you would see this right here. And it's just kind of quick buttons to get to things. And then through that, you can on your phone, you can get to this church. Here's the link for the live stream. Here's the link for the website. Here's the link for the Facebook, a weekly newsletter. So, but it's sometimes there's like if there was an event to register for something, and usually there's an end time with that, right? So if it was for today, you had to register for this event. Well, next week, I don't need to have that as a button on this Linktree because it's past the date. So I need to go in there and just like remove it. So you're kind of always updating that. I've got something where, I'm preparing for, if the church has an e-newsletter, I'm preparing that. Some of my churches, I upload from their YouTube live streams. I will download like the whole worship service and then kind of pull out just the sermon and then upload that. I don't do it for all of them, but I do that for them. Some of my churches, I do work on websites, so you do website updates. You got to do all these because they're all interconnected. Your Facebook, your Instagram, your website, say your outside signage, your bulletin, all these things. You got to keep all of these things updated. It's a lot. So I kind of just have this check off list to go through every single thing because it's so easy to miss something. And then below there, that other grid, it's just something I keep for myself where, so I've got on the left, here's the day I'm going to make a post. I'm writing the description, like what that particular post is. And then I do a check off list. FB stands for Facebook. Did I put it on Facebook? FB and Instagram. IG is Instagram reel. Did I make a reel of that? Did I post it on Instagram by itself? Did I put it on Google Business? I'll talk about Google Business later today. Did I make a story of it for Instagram and Facebook? And then I check my inbox. We're going to show you what that is too through Meta Business Suite. Again, so many little things, and I find this grid just being a huge help. Any questions just right there? For posts, before we kind of get into Meta Business Suite, I just want to show, I don't know who gave me the idea, but the Holy Spirit, I'll just say. But I started, can you see that? Okay. So I've got a PC, so laptop, not a Mac. And for PCs, they have a feature called Notepad. And what for those who work on Macs, what is it called for Macs? Does anyone know? Like a little notepad thing where you can just put notes. Anybody know? It doesn't know either. Okay.
And I know what you're talking about. I can't think what it's called.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, Notepad's been a real general feature on.
I think it's just called notes. It's not the
Notes. Okay.
Yeah, just notes.
Okay. So what's nice about it is it's a I don't know. I first began using Notepad, that feature, because sometimes when you're copying and pasting things, let's say you're in a Word document, you've got your certain font, and size and colors, and you need to paste that into a different thing like PowerPoint. Sometimes it'll carry things over and mess things up. And sometimes you need to like strip out all those fonts and the size and all that. Yeah, formatting, strip out the formatting and use Notepad for that. But I have found it to be, and I've needed that for that, but I found it to be a place where I can keep a record of all of my posts. And here's a church, Cross Yorkville, that I have been working with them for 3 years. And so far, I have not seen a limit, like an end limit where I've got too much content in there. So if you scroll down, this is 3 years of posts, and I post for them 11 to 12 posts a week. And I've never like, oh, you've reached your, like I said, you've reached your limit on Notepad for how much content you can put there. It seems endless. And a big feature of this is multiple features. Is that, let's say we're going to talk about hashtags later. If you're, let's say there's an event where you're needing volunteers for, and there's certain hashtags that volunteer, volunteers, serve God, there's a bunch of, we're going to talk about hashtags later. But I can repurpose posts for other types of posts for something like another volunteer serving thing. So I can kind of just reuse some content from one post and use it for a new one. Or if there's just some, like, let's say for Holy Week, if your church kind of has the same format for how you do Monday, Thursday, or Good Friday, or Easter, and the times are always the same. Like, I don't need to, when I'm going to do a post in the current year, I don't have to retype all the information brand new. I can just go to last year's, copy and paste, change the dates a little bit, and use it. So I use this all the time. Yeah.
So what you're saying is that's why you don't have a year there. You just go back down to January and you start over, and you use this every year over and over as a template. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I use it. I continually add to it.
Right. But I mean, you're doing it by date. I mean, I see you have date, but you have no year.
Yeah, I don't have dates in there. Yeah, because this is just a context. So let's say like right here, I was going to post this later.
At first I'm thinking, wouldn't you put your year as your first thing? But you're using this throughout the year.
I'm using this throughout. So at the top was the earliest that I ever used it.
Recycling it.
Yeah, I'm recycling.
Genius.
Yeah.
I love it.
Holy Spirit. So yeah, I don't remember anyone sharing it with me, but it's a huge time saver for sure. Or like, so right here, this is a post I'm going to show you guys later. It's for Cross Lutheran in Yorkville, and they're going to start rolling out outdoor worship and services during the summer. They didn't do it the last 2 years, and I had new content. This stuff right here that I'm highlighting was all new content, but the hashtags below, I was able to do so I went to the bottom of this notepad, and how you do this is you can Control F for find. I typed in outdoor worship. You see that? Okay, yeah. And then you went find, and it's going up. And this is the new stuff. I kept going until I got way to the top. And then I saw, okay, I already had some hashtags for this. So then I copied and pasted this part, and then went all the way down to my new content and added it at the bottom. Because I already had done, like this hashtag outdoors was a relevant hashtag that's used by people. And I didn't have to like, oh, what should I use for that? It's just saving a lot of time.
How did you get to that find?
Oh, you Control F.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if it's on. Oh, yeah, you're fine. So, yeah, if you didn't remember Control F, you go to edit and then down to, and there it is find, and then it says Control F there. So I'm using this notepad all day long. Yeah, all day long.
Is there a reason why you chose Notepad versus like?
Because it's holding on, Word would be holding on to the formatting. And sometimes I need to take this content and put it in other places, to a website, to, maybe whatever type of document that I gotta make sure that I don't when they have different formatting. What's that?
You already mentioned that.
Yeah, so that's the reason.
It's different than like Google Keep.
You could use probably Google Keep. Yeah, there's tons of other things to use as well. Google Keep, I would have to have that, reason maybe that I don't use it, then I'd have to have that tab open up at the top and then go find it. And you could pin your top things on Google Keep to the top. That is a possibility. Things. There's a lot for Note. There's a lot of other resources. For me, I've just found.
This is just on your taskbar that you're keeping.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right there.
I don't think I do like about Google Keep,
Mhm.
because I also have like an app on my phone.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Right.
so I can go back and forth.
Yeah, and I have that sometimes. I do almost all my posting on my laptop, but there's sometimes where I will be somewhere and I need to do it from my phone. And I do have in the hashtag end. I do have some hashtags saved in Google Keep. Yeah, any other questions?
So do you ever use like this, like a lot of times I'll put it in like Canva, if you're like to make it like as a graphic, like
Yeah.
do you copy and paste, or do you just directly like copy paste and hit post, or like do you?
No, this is just for the content,
Okay,
not the picture.
okay, so you like will go in and add.
Then I'll go and can for
So you
the
still use this?
for the graphic.
kind of stuff?
The graphic part, I'll take some of this content and use it at Canva for creating some of the graphics.
Well, it's interesting that you use this, another light bulb that went off is like never use Notepad. Like a dinosaur.
Right,
That's what
see,
you
in that
do,
way, yeah.
Right? I
Right.
use Word and then I paste Word, just to create your text, put in all these other places that you use it. And you paste it in, and like you said, Word holds on to everything, so it might look funny because the
Yeah.
formatting, that word sticks in it. I never thought about the fact that this boring little program that I never use doesn't have any formatting, so that's a plus.
Right, and that's funny, but I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Is there a spot on Word where you can remove formatting?
Doesn't really let go of it very well, though. I mean, you can try that, but sometimes it doesn't work.
Be honest, it's kind of wild. So I've been doing this for 3 years now. I don't even have Microsoft Office at all on my computer. There's just so many. We're going to talk later about free resources, Google Docs, Google Sheets. I'm using all those things, but there's no, yeah.
LibreOffice.
Is what?
LibreOffice.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
No.
LibreOffice.
It's wonderful and it's free.
Okay, I mean,
It's
open
a
office.
free version of Office.
Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to show you guys. So I'm gonna open up, so does Facebook and Instagram being really two of the biggest social media platforms to use, it is helpful that Facebook bought Instagram, because it makes it real easy when you're sending posts that they've got this service called Meta Business Suite that you can use to send posts for both of them kind of at the same time. There's some tweaks here. So I'm going to open. And maybe, I don't know if any of you have opened up Meta Business Suite. I'm going to show, let's say show you how to do that. Let's say you've got your church's page open. Okay. So this is for Faith Lutheran out in Illinois. And then in this left column, you see Business Suite. So I'm going to click on Business Suite. Who hasn't been on Business Suite? Just curious. It's a huge tool. Yeah. And there's services you can pay to do this type of stuff. Hootsuite, is one that I'm thinking of right now. But I have, again, doing this for 3 years, I have not found any reason to pay for anything. So, it has its hiccups every once in a while, you know, but overall, it's really, show you across because later on, across all my different accounts. But, so yeah, so I'm just gonna kind of walk a little bit through this side column. Down in the top of page 5. Oh yeah, that each day, big thing. Each day I check if people are making comments or making likes, and a big reason of why it's called social media is because people want to be social. So when someone puts a comment down there, they want you to have some reaction to it. Otherwise, it would be like someone said, if I said hello to Jonathan and he had no response to me, it would just kind of be rude, right? And it's the same type of thing here on social media, that people are putting something down because they want you to have a follow-up response. And I've talked with some churches. I was talking to a church in California and saw social media. They had a person on staff doing social media. The posts were excellent. The graphics were excellent. But the one thing that wasn't happening, there was no engagement after. So it's sort of like I put the post out there, then I just kind of walked away. And that's kind of almost defeats the purpose of, keeping social on it. Now, I don't fault the person because the person probably has 50 million things going on their plate. And this is just one of those things you can't do it all. But it is a huge thing to engage with people. And so you can go, so every day I will check this inbox. And because it's Meta Business Suite is bringing in both Facebook and Instagram, you're going to see this top headline. You're going to see stuff from Facebook Messenger. You're going to see messages that people would have sent in through Instagram, like as a message. And you'll see Facebook comments. You'll see Instagram comments. There's WhatsApp. I have not done anything with WhatsApp. I haven't felt the need there is. Is anyone using WhatsApp? Just curious.
WhatsApp is great if you travel internationally.
If you travel.
If you travel internationally. Okay. I'm not at. But it's great. So you'll go in and you'll see like a notification. If there's a message or someone commented, if they sent a message or they commented with words on a post, if they did it, then have the opportunity to engage. Let me see if I can find one too.
While you're doing that, Craig,
Yeah.
I know I'll go to Business Suite and on our corporate account or in my private one, I'll get a message from someone saying, this is Meta Suite. Your account's about to be taken down.
It's all spam.
That's why I just wanted people to know that if you see that.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Every single day I'm doing this. There's all this spam saying something's wrong with your blah, blah, blah. And it's a total nuisance and a pain. So, but so you should keep recording it. So I report those things all the time. But it is Okay. So this is my own business page. So here's an inbox. So you see the little red dot, which is telling you there's someone has shared something with words. Sometimes the red dot, they don't always keep it open or updated. So I might have already addressed it because usually you would see something kind of going on up here. Which I'm not, so I'm trying to find the church I used to work with. I was helping them before they got a pastor, and then the new pastor was gonna take the stuff over. And as you can see, and I'm not really trying to pick on them, but they're not keeping it. He's not keeping up on these comments. So like here's Facebook, you can hear in the, so there's 8 Facebook comments that, so back, you go all the way back to February at least. I think it's probably gonna go all the way back. Wherever you see these bolded letters, that there's no comments happening. So this is, again, I'm sure the person has just a ton of stuff going on. But so the people are writing these comments and there's no social thing happening. But if but then you really want to do this on their account, but then I would, for all these places where they made a comment, at the minimum, I would just say like. But if there's like a question about something, then you can kind of share whatever it is. So the church in Detroit, I get a lot from them where people will ask, they'll send their inquiries through Facebook or Instagram, and I may not have the answers, so I'll then email the office team, hey, can you help me? What's going on with this? Then they'll let me know, and then I'll respond back to them. But people, instead of calling the church office or whatever, they're using social media to find out their answers for things. Yeah.
So this business suite, is that something you have to sign up for, or is it just there and we've never?
Exactly.
I never really.
Yeah.
So it's just there.
It's there. So going back to, you just gotta, I'll pull that, just a Facebook account again. Yeah, just go pull up your account, look over to the left, Meta Business Suite, click on that, and there you go.
It's gonna depend on how you've set up your. Because if you have your setup as just like a personal profile, you're not going to have a business page.
Oh yeah, but for the church, like if it's I guess, but if it's a church page, most of them. Yeah, for personal, you would.
I don't know how it was set up, so.
Yeah, so that would be how to find it.
So how would you get it then if it was set up?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, if you called up the church's Facebook page, like I just did, and then go to this left column, like Meta Business, it will then.
If it's not there.
It should be there.
Doesn't it have
You
settings?
can call, you can contact me, and I can.
There might be settings of how you set up your page of how it looks. So depending on how you're looking at it.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can go and there's all these different types of features, inbox content planner, and you can they have a couple of it track, but this is kind of the basic look that will just automatically be there.
So the view you have right now, are you going up to that little black down arrow to get it back, or did you, like right now, we're not, oh, I see, you're already in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was, let's see, I was, let me show again. I was here, again, I just had page open. I just had my account. Sweet there. Oh, yeah. See here. So this is where I'm doing related then in Meta Business Suite is where I'm doing all my activity. And I'll even walk you guys through when I was telling you about Cross. Let's just show you guys one too, show you what you can do. For Cross, I can go create a post. There's different things you do. Create a post, create a reel, create a story. Lots of stuff. Let's just focus on creating a post. So we're going to create a post. And it really, it's pretty intuitive overall. You just kind of walk through the steps like no one had trained me on. Follow through. And here you at the very top, you have the option of where you want to post to. And I could deselect. So here's Instagram, here's Facebook. I could deselect those. Pick one or both or what have you. It would be, and then there's another thing. I don't know if we'll have time for. But you as a Facebook page and ask to join groups, like a lot of maybe there'd be like geographic groups for your city. So again, that's, I don't know if we'll have time for that. Maybe. So Cross is in these different types of Facebook groups. So when I send my posts, in fact, this is for an outdoor worship. Maybe I'll add one of these groups is what's happening in Yorkville. So when I send this post out, it will go to Cross's Facebook page, Cross's Instagram page, and this group's Facebook page. And then the administrator of that page has the opportunity to say yay or nay to it. So it doesn't just automatically go to them to be added. Usually it's going to go through it. But then as you're just kind of going down, you're going to add photos. I had a graphic already. This is when I go to add photos, it's automatically going to my download folder on my laptop. This graphic I'm not seeing right away. So this is this graphic for this outdoor workshop. Scrolling down. Now here is this is where I go to my notepad. So here I got this, bringing back outdoor worship this summer. I'm gonna copy and paste all of this. And then I'm gonna paste this in the text section. Okay. And now there's this toggle button for Facebook and Instagram. I'm gonna click this so that content will both go on Facebook and will go on Instagram. But at this point, you got to do a little bit of tweaks with these hashtags. And I said, we'll talk about hashtags later. For Facebook, with the algorithms, they only really want you to use like 2 to 4 hashtags. For Instagram, you can use 32 hashtags. So right now I'm going to remove this on the Facebook end. And as you see, it's like Facebook is highlighted there. So I know that's what I'm working on. I'm going to delete these hashtags that are after 4. So there's just 4. And then I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to go to Instagram just to double check that nothing has happened. Oh, there's the original content that I posted there. Then you can schedule when you want to post it. And I'm going to go check my grid for Cross. There's Cross right here on my little social media grid. And I need to post something for this Monday afternoon. And I'm sure with Keith, got a crazy time going in my life. My family, we live in the southwest suburbs of Chicago. We're moving on Monday. And so I left my wife and 2-year-old at home to finish packing stuff. It's a little crazy. It wasn't how it was originally planned, but I'm trying to not work next week because Monday the movers are coming. So I was up till midnight last night for some of my churches. I've got 4 more churches to do on the way home. I'm grabbing a hotel in the Quad Cities and wrap everything up. So for Cross, these are all the white area are spots during the week that I need to do a post for this coming week. So I'm going to put something in here. So this is Monday active. I'll share what that is in a minute. Outdoor worship for just my own note keeping. I'm going to go back to tab that I've got open for Meta Business Suite. So when I wrote active, if you see on that, I'll show you this bigger grid that I've got for Cross. See how I have like Tuesday noon and Tuesday active. So for some of these larger churches that I work with, they got so much going on that doing like 11 to 12 posts a week is really necessary. So I'll generally do like a noontime one, and then whatever Facebook says, or Meta Business Suite says, in the evening, generally, that the most people would see this post. And so when you go to, before I schedule, I know I want it to be on Monday, and I know I want it to be in the evening because I already have an early day post for Monday, but I'm going to check active times. And then here's Facebook and here's Instagram. So on Instagram, I'm going to start with that. Here it's saying Monday, May 20th at 8 p.m. That's a good time for you to shoot out your post. That's when your followers are most likely going to see it. So I'm just going, and that time fluctuates. So that's where I didn't necessarily say, so I had, usually I'm doing noon time for the early day, but then I'll just work for the second post of the day. That's gonna be really the biggest post that the most people are gonna see. I'm gonna work with whatever time Facebook is gonna help. That they're algorithm.
Does that intrude on their viewing time, like it pops up at that time? How
That's,
accurate is that?
that's when, exactly. You're putting it out there when they're most likely gonna see it. How they do all that.
I know what happens when I scroll on Instagram.
Exactly. Yeah. Like you think your phone's reading your mind. Yeah, for sure. This has been a glitch. It seems like the whole year for Facebook for 2024 that I found that Facebook end it has not been. Know what's going on with that. So I'm just gonna pick. So for cross, I think I've seen the most, engagement posts in the evening. Let's say around 7 p.m. So I'm just gonna type that in. Save. So now you've got this scheduled. You got your 2 times scheduled. Then I'm just gonna go hit schedule. Oh, here it goes. Something off. And it makes it really easy. So you got to do a couple of those tweaks. There's sometimes I'm going to show you. Let's see. For Instagram, besides the hashtags, here we go. Show you. This is from a post that we did last week, where remember I was sharing earlier how on Instagram you can't, if there's a printed link for something, you can't hit it. You need to go to the link. So there Cross does this summer camp over the summer, and so when people would see this post on Instagram for these summer camps, when I go and in the same place where I tweak and remove the hashtags on Meta Business Suite, if there was a link, I would replace the link for the Instagram post and I would put the words, can you see that link in bio? And then I would direct people on Instagram if they want to register for this to go to the link in bio, then they would go to Linktree, which I was showing you earlier. There they can register for the event.
Recommend that people have in our churches that we have Instagram and
I would because the younger families are on Instagram. So I've got an older son. And he's on my team that helps me. I remember actually at first he was helping me do some posts on Facebook. And I said, what is this? It seemed it was like totally archaic.
I know tons of people who have Instagram but don't have Facebook.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like me.
Yeah. So his generation, some of them are doing Facebook, but Instagram was more of their communication love language, if you want to say that. So that's mostly where, let's say, your younger families who we probably want to reach and get into our churches, right?
I'm actually surprised by how long Facebook is still sticking around.
It is.
Even my daughter's 15, she's on Facebook.
Yeah, it's still huge.
It's still popular.
It is, for
Right.
sure.
I've always said Facebook is more for like the next boomers. Instagram is like your millennial.
Yeah.
And then Gen Z, that's like TikTok.
Yeah.
Snapchat.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So being
I want to back up to sharing to groups.
Oh, sure.
I think my congregation, and I think other congregations have a group or just their congregation publish for your page. Is that when you schedule into it doesn't show in your planner.
Yeah, it doesn't show in your planner. Yeah, that's right. I haven't done a ton with church Facebook groups. But I mean, and some of that stuff is, so I was doing work for Radio San Antonio, Texas, and they had a bunch of groups. And they let's say they had a group at the school and they wanted to post like every day, but the main Facebook page was like for the whole church, and we couldn't just like have one thing, you know, going on the main Facebook page, all the stuff for the school that they wanted to do. So, but I would go to the group once a week, pull one or two things from it. Or data a little bit. Let the group do its own thing. Pull one or two items. That helped answer your question. Was that?
Would you have to go to the main page and then share to the group? Is that what you'd have to do manually? Just.
I'd have to manually, well, you could share, you could be, if I was in the page, well, no, if I'd go, if I'm logged in under the page, I go look at that group, can share post to the main page.
To the group.
Yeah. And I think you could do that. You should be able to do that vice versa. What would, how would you define your, can you, yeah. Question.
Oh, sorry, what?
Going back to your original question.
Like,
Maybe the group is stuff that they just them need to generally know, you know, but the stuff that, hey, this would be good for the wider audience to know, that's the kind of go and figure that. Because you have to evaluate each post. Because you'd want to put the stuff that would reach the biggest audience that you think, hey, this would be good for a big group of people to know. That's what you put on the main page. And the grouped little detailed stuff, not everyone needs to read that. Stuff you just leave in the group. But it's kind of unvalued to it.
When you were making that post and you said, show those 5 or 6 groups that you're also a member of.
Yeah.
Does the church have to be a member of all those groups and then you can select them as you're scheduling that, like you did?
They've already, yeah, I've already, all those, say, geographic groups already accepted us.
Okay, so they're outside groups. They're not like.
They're outside
churches
groups,
that-
yeah,
okay,
outside
so they're not the
groups,
church
yeah.
subgroups.
Right,
Okay.
right. I've not done any, and I haven't done anything. Moving, yeah, church subset groups I've done. I was sharing earlier when I was going through the grid. Go back to so that, and so here one of the features here I showed you the inbox earlier. Here is the planner. You're talking about the planner earlier. Here's where you can see everything kind of plotted out. This is a nice visual thing to see. And sometimes it wouldn't hurt you every time that you shoot a post to double check to get on this planner. One of the little glitches that Meta Business Suite sometimes has, it will maybe mess something up and you think you're posting it to your page and it goes somewhere else. I've got multiple accounts that I'm working with, and I've had times where I had the right church open, but then when I hit schedule, somewhere in the middle, some glitch thing switched to a different account. And I got my church in Houston. Craig, yeah, there's a post for something up in Illinois that got on our page. But then my face is fully red. They've all been super gracious. But yeah, there's just sometimes, like anything, it has its glitches, and it's a free service. So yeah.
Not having any exposure to this, what's this calendar page? Can you just give a level?
Yeah, it's really,
What?
so when I had scheduled that, yeah, it's kind of a visual for one.
Visual of what?
Just to see what posts that you put out there.
It's when you schedule.
It's the things that I posted. You can go, things that I have scheduled and things that were in the past. So this is stuff from May, is all from this month. This is from the 5th through the 11th. And you can see all the posts that happened during most of that time.
And that's the time that you put the post up.
The time and the day. Yeah, there's the time, then there's the day on the
You can
calendar.
schedule things out ahead of, like, if you want to sit down one morning and do 8 posts,
That's right.
you can schedule them out for future dates.
So that's what I was doing this week. So I'm going to be off on vacation next week. So I can schedule all my posts ahead of time. She can be
You know,
nice.
30 days into the future.
Yeah, I haven't
Something
gotten
like
it.
that.
Yeah, I don't even know that. Is that how far you've heard it can go?
It used to be like way more than that, but they've cut it back.
They have, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something up on the screen said 29 days, 20 minutes to 29 days.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay.
you can do-
Yeah, I've not done that in my world of trying to balance.
It
Business
just makes
and
things
life.
a lot easier. Like for me, like I want to do it all like Saturday morning, let's say, and I'll just do it like the whole month.
That's great.
You just get it all knocked out all at
Yeah.
once, rather than like every day, like taking time out of your schedule.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to figure out for myself, that I would get. My ideal place would be that I would always be a week in advance, but life just happens and that usually doesn't happen. So generally, yeah, I'm posting for that day. But then, you know, you need to take a week off, then you gotta kind of kill yourself.
I'm thinking that would be helpful to you. You had mentioned before, like, you post pictures of like an event that you had,
Yeah,
and people go, oh, I wish I wouldn't have missed it. But if you have multiple years or pictures, you could post something a week ahead of time, join us, blah, blah, blah. And you could schedule that out so people don't go, wow, I wish I would have been there. Have to think about that next year.
exactly.
Preempt something that's coming up.
With the teaser, don't miss it.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah, we'll use pictures from the previous year. Hey, this happened last year. You know,
I'm just thinking scheduling that in your calendar. That way you know when different things are going on.
yeah, for sure. So yeah, so that's what that's kind of. Then let's see, I'm gonna scroll down here. We go to home. If you see on bottom of page 5, there's this opportunity, and I was sharing this earlier about this opportunity that Meta shares with you for those who have liked a post but have yet to like a page, that you can invite them to like your page. And so you go to your home, and if I'm going to have any right now, but I will scroll down from here. Go down, we'll see if I have. Yeah, but under this section, reach out to your existing network. No, I'm going to pick one of these churches that I used to work with. Probably they probably have not done. So I'm on this church in Illinois. I'm going to scroll down. Just do a favor.
Solid.
I'm just going to do them solid. I've done that before. Oh boy, it kind of almost hurts sometimes. So here are, man, I'm going to do them a solid. So this 99 plus people, this could be like 500 people that have liked this church's, like the post, but have yet to like their page. So you can then invite them to then to like your page, and you can go. So let me go back there. Sure.
And what does that mean? Why do you care if they like a page?
Because you want the more, if you can get them to be your followers, they're going to see your content more.
The algorithm will pop up.
If someone likes a page, then they're counted as a follower.
Yeah,
Show up in
yeah.
our feed.
And then
Likes
your
of
content will
you.
appear more in their news feed.
So how do they even see the post if they haven't already liked
For
it?
friends or things can pop up. Yeah, yeah.
Or somebody else might have.
It could happen. Yeah.
The computer also picks up what the algorithms for Facebook pick up what you're looking at, and then they show you things in your feed that might be similar.
Right. Your interests.
Like,
stuff like that.
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is like, yeah. So like I said, this is on one page. So but we're going to do them solid. So I'm going to send invites, and all of a sudden, if someone's tracking this, be like, where did we got all these new followers. So look, I mean, yeah, there's 91 likes, 8 loves. I don't know about the haha. sure we'll invite them. And then there's people, then there's another, you can add all this up. There's people who've made comments and you select all them and then send your invites out. So now will all say 113 people also like the page? Probably not, but I would guarantee like
At least 10%.
totally.
So
Absolutely.
what does that message say? That just says you're invited to like this page?
Yeah, you just get a notification to like the page. And a lot of times people will, will, like I said, 10% will probably do it. And then they're going to see your content more often in their newsfeed. So, but here, let's see, it was beyond. So then it'll only like when it said 99 plus, when you first go on it, if it's a thing like this where they've been negligent, like keeping up with it. So now this would complete it. So we'll do this out again and send over. Invite the people and like, yeah, I hope they get a lot more followers from that. So I'll send them the bill. I'm just kidding. No, I totally. So I will check, but I will check that every single day. Because I don't know, with feeling like if they liked it recently, quicker I can invite them, maybe the better, because they just saw this. So I used to do it once a week, and that's where even on that grid, I write down that I minimally want to do that on Mondays, but I've actually been finding lately, probably the last 2 months, I'm scrolling down and checking that every single day. People as soon as I can, which is probably why when I went to look for a couple of my churches, I've been so on it that there wasn't anyone there. That's why I picked one of these other accounts. I kind of figured that they would. But let's go back. So I'm just going to show you another.
Good thing about every day. I would know what, if you're a church that doesn't have somebody that you hired out to check this and create this content and do all this stuff every single day.
Yeah.
Should you even get started if you don't have a volunteer that's, I don't know
definitely.
what time you're talking about, but it sounds like it's a lot of time.
It is. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you definitely need a volunteer. I mean, you need somebody who's going to own this.
Is there a sense of if you don't have somebody that can't spend 10 hours a week on this, don't even start?
My only thing with that is I really look at social media. It's not like, oh, should we have it? It's a utility. Like, would you choose whether or not to have electricity on in here or not? You have to.
But there's a difference. You have to have somebody.
You do. So I really like
all day long to keep the lights on.
Yeah, I mean, it's something because I'll share. I've got one church that I was working with and doing regular posts for them. Then they were wanting to switch. They had a staff person that they were going to do Facebook and Instagram, and they were asking me, "Hey, Craig, could you go on some different platforms just to try some stuff out?" So they're having me go on Pinterest and forgetting. Then there was another app that connected to China. That like almost all the Chinese people are. This particular church had a ministry to the Chinese population in their town. So like, oh, let's try to go on that. But I was whatever was getting posted on Instagram and Facebook, then I was using that content and putting it on these other two platforms. And I was finding like 3 weeks that nothing was getting on Facebook and Instagram. And I was talking with the pastor, like, what's been going on with that? Oh, we're doing some website changes. And it didn't make any sense, but his reason was they're making some website changes. And so they weren't posting on these two platforms. I go, for me, my perception is nothing, like crickets, meaning, is there something going on? Are we in financial trouble? Is someone from staff leaving? Like it was sending a message to me like, this is not, there's something going on. Why all of a sudden is there a stop to posts? And just putting, I would say the minimum would be, yes, one post a week, just showing that there is activity. Otherwise, if there's nothing.
You have a pulse.
Yeah, you have a pulse, right? There's no pulse. Exactly. So, but you do need a volunteer. Let's go beyond.
I don't mean to interrupt. I am so ignorant that I don't know. I have a Facebook account for personal. I never put anything on it.
Yeah.
I want my life, my life out.
Sure.
I follow my family and they put all sorts of stuff on.
Yeah.
But anyway, we talk about content and, and people responding. And what content do you put on? I mean, what all, I mean.
Most of the content that I'm getting is driven from the church staff, like for particular events. So like for this one with outdoor worship, I know one of the pastors was the main kind of person in charge of that and had written, like, this is what's going to happen. So I was able to, like, I didn't need to come up with that content. That was delivered to me from that staff person. Sometimes for some of my churches, like they're doing bulletins, so maybe their admin is putting a bulletin together. So I'm taking the content from that bulletin, oftentimes maybe then creating a graphic to coincide with it, and then posting those, getting the content from staff. Yeah.
Well, you were asking about the amount of time it takes. So I have a full-time job, so I do this in the evenings and weekends.
Yeah.
And which I have lots of other things to do on evenings and weekends. So there's nobody that has a lot of time.
Yeah.
But if you took like once a month and you did schedule out your post for the month
Yeah.
or something, and you're talking about content, when your church has Holy Week, for example, you have lots of activities going on at church, so you make a post for our Ash Wednesday is next week, and then we're gonna have Wednesday night Lent services, and so you're just announcing what your activities are coming up at the church.
Yeah.
And I put on our website, well, our church website, the provider changed and we didn't have access to it, so I created a new one on GoDaddy.
Mm-hmm.
And I linked it to a Google Calendar that's just for the church events. So I can just pull up my phone and add a church event and save it to that calendar, and it shows up on my website. So I don't really even have to go in, get my computer, post something to the website. It just shows there, and I have a repeating one for every Sunday.
Yeah.
And my kids' activities, if it's a repeating event, just do a recurring event on your calendar,
Yeah.
and it posts it for you. So I don't even have to post those.
Yeah.
So there's tools you can use to make it post for you.
Right. Sure.
Which is a time saver.
Yeah. Well, I was going to talk about this later, and I'll just touch on this now. Just for those who are like, what do I post? It's easy for me. So on my own Facebook, like I was talking earlier about how each week I was putting out a Tuesday tip and to just train people and just give them whatever. I also on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, put free resources out for people to post that you could just grab. And it should be, is it on the, for sure it's on my card, is the link to Facebook. I've got Facebook, Instagram. I also have a LinkedIn account, but the Facebook and Instagram. So I've got my Facebook up right here. Every week you could grab free stuff. You don't have to think about it, create it, and they're generic enough for you to use on the church account. So what I do is go back just during the week. Every week. So on Fridays, I do a post that is inviting people to worship. And you can copy and you can just right click on that graphic, download it to your device, and then use you add like worship times to it, whatever, but the graphic part's done.
So if someone creates a bulletin every week, it's
Yeah.
got a list of all of these things, and when every group is gonna meet.
Yeah.
And then the hallway, we can't put but that's just the high level stuff. When people are looking at Facebook or Instagram, is it just the high level stuff? Once a year, once a month stuff that you're putting there or stuff that you put in, the
Yeah, I'm putting a lot of
people are
them.
gonna read, you've got stuff that happens every week. Every week you've got, you know, the confirmation class, every week you have this Bible study, every week you have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like,
Is that content that people are looking for on these?
I mean, 'cause you can't put, usually you can't put everything. You're trying to put stuff down that both, the large group, let's say your congregation would need to know, and
Like
those
VBS or
outside,
something.
like VBS is huge.
But not
You know, if it was just like, maybe I would be
the
doing,
Dorcas meeting every week.
probably not. Maybe, but if you're like, hey, we're gonna start a new confirmation class. You know, let's say in October, we're gonna start a new confirmation class. So maybe you're doing posts about that, especially if there's new people moving in town. Oh, wow.
New Sunday Bible classes, this is the topic now, you put some of that at the beginning.
You could do that as a post, yeah, Sunday morning, yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna talk about that later, I just thought.
No, this would be, I
What
mean,
kind of content do you even bother to put up there?
yeah, I mean, I'm putting like regular events. Yeah, I mean, like,
We never know till you.
But on your Facebook account, your website should be listed on there, so if they want the typical week to week to week to week.
Yeah,
they'll be able to
right.
do
they
that.
can find that, yeah.
Wow.
But here, I mean, to give you an example, let's say, this is Cross, in Yorkville. So this is, Monday through Saturday. I did a post, just a Bible verse reel, just to encourage people. That was in the early part of the day. There was, they've got a school. Some really cool pictures of, it was Teachers Appreciation Week, and they took some pictures as a thank you that they wanted to give to the. So I made a reel of that because they wanted the public to see that. I had I call it interact post. Sometimes it's just a question. Question could be like, what's a Bible verse that you have clung on to? And it's just part of trying to build engagement. So we're social media, you're trying to get people social. Sometimes those can be serious, sometimes they can be fun. I just had one once, and it seems like frivolous, but it was like, so what do you put on your hamburger? But I was getting a lot of engagement with people. Relish and pickle, ketchup, the person, cheese, what have you. So you can kind of just be fun. But then there was one here Wednesday at noon. There's a big, have you guys heard of Redeeming Life Outreach Ministry?
In Illinois.
And yeah, but I know it started in Florida. It's a
Yeah.
maternity home.
There's a
Now they have
Redeeming
a new
House
one
in Illinois.
And in our Northern Illinois district, a lot of the churches are really getting behind this brand new maternity home that they're opening. So in fact, today they're doing like an open house. So this was something that had nothing to do with the church, although the church, it's a ministry the church is supporting. So I was letting people know about that. This was advanced directives. This is the parish nurse at this church was putting on a class for people. Hey, like, do you have like almost like if something happened to you, medically, do you have the right paperwork for some that the hospitals, the doctors would know what to do in case of an emergency. So she's putting a workshop on that. So I thought, well, that might be a good thing for the general public to know. And then they do a weekly e-news. And so they use MailChimp. And so when you send out this, e-news through MailChimp, you have the opportunity to also post that to social media. And so, we'll put that link on a link for that e-news on Facebook and on Instagram. And then they've got a concert happening in the summer, and they're looking for sponsorship for it. So it's trying to, big stuff. And go ahead.
2 comments. One is I think you would want to be very varied to
Varied, yeah.
on, so you draw in different
Right.
groups, like preschool age parents
Yeah.
and maybe you the high school
Yeah.
group and,
Yeah.
different things on different days. But don't forget your seniors.
Absolutely,
Seniors
yeah.
do use
They do
Facebook.
big time.
So if you've got an adult Bible class for seniors, don't think about, oh, I don't need to post that. Yes.
That's like the growing group. too. Absolutely.
It is. But my other comment is if you're gonna get a volunteer to help with this,
Yeah.
make sure that if I word this.
Just be blunt.
Yes, be careful of who you choose because we had someone at our church who would post things
Right.
to our Facebook
Yeah,
page and they had very poor grammar. And it just reflected badly on the church and to see these posts with this bad grammar. And
Yeah.
One other thing, Craig, I monitor our district Facebook page. You also gotta be careful, like especially on MetaSuite, people will put comments on. If you're not paying attention, they could be really nasty comments.
Yeah.
So you really want to monitor to make sure that you pull those down. And we'll get random stuff, like somebody will try to sell T-shirts off of our events on
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
on our Iowa District West. I'm looking on there. We had this event. It's like, oh, buy these T-shirts from us. Because people think we're endorsing these T-shirt sales, and we're not.
Yeah. Right. And that's where you kind of have to go on it every day. Yeah. Because the stuff's getting through, Yeah, you saying the T-shirt says within as a comment, right?
Well, they have like a link to, and they have taken our logo from somewhere and put it on a sweatshirt, and they're trying to sell our merchandise that we don't endorse on our website.
You gotta get that. Yeah, on the Facebook.
On the Facebook.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, a lot of churches, this is probably gonna be like a volunteer task. And rather having that person try to come up with all this content, it's gonna take time out of their day.
Yeah.
One simple, like, easy button thing you could do, like, most churches have like a church council where like committee will have like a leader. Just go to like those leaders in your church and be like, give me content. Whatever's happening, just let me know and then I'll post it for you.
Exactly.
So then you're not like doing all this yourself.
Yeah.
Speaking of what you should put out, I was wondering if we could get like a picture of the class put out, to see like.
There you
go.
I wanted to with you.
Yeah, I wanted to, yeah.
It's
It'd be good. Yeah, I wanted to do that too. I was
Okay.
selfie thing off. Good. Yeah. Just to share, one of my church, I only did this with one of the churches. It was Faith, like Forest Lawn. When I started with them, I did moving closer to them, but we did a Zoom meeting with the staff, and we actually it's a larger church. So I do 11 to 12 posts for them each week. And we kind of just went through the ministries. I actually laid out a little bit of a template. So like, Monday, second post, like the evening one, that's going to be the children's ministry. And then we're going to do whatever day, Hispanic ministry, and then another day for seniors and one for music ministry. They do an annual golf outing. That's going to be one. So we kind of like plotted out a template for the week. It has room to, move things around. It certainly has flexibility. But we kind of just went through and what that was like, we're not just we're trying to promote all the ministries of the church. Kind of thinking through that.
Another absolutely ignorant question. I think most of us, our church has a website.
Yeah.
What do you put on the website? What do you put on social media? Is it the same? Is it almost the same? What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's all, it really kind of depends on your website format. All of my churches are different. And when I mentioned Lake Forest, they have an events page. They had already set up like a pattern. So like whatever, so every event gets put on the website. And then you're going to see that reciprocally on social media. But I have other churches that is not the case. So kind of you as a staff of the church kind of have to sort out what do you want. But I mean, like, But even if there's not, I mean, sometimes it'll be, some church websites, you might, when you go to it, they've got like a, you know, like a rotating slides that go through. That may share some new things going on with an event. That slide take you to wherever, whether it's a website or maybe it's to a Facebook event page with a link. They're all different. So I don't have one that's the same. Kind of for you guys. Sort of. I'm not just saying it all. Yeah, it's just all different for each one. Yeah. So I just kind of go with what.
No, I kind of think of a web page more as like a house, and social media is more like the decorative pillows and flowers and things that you change out a little. My husband would hate that analogy. You know, the things that you change out a little more frequently, so you have your solid stuff there, but then also on your web page have links to your social media. Because I think it depends on who goes to your web page, what they're looking for. So, you know, you want to see those solid, to me on a web page, you want to see, you know, service times, things that maybe happen every week. Those yeah, use LW Mill circles, those kind of things, all of kind of that solid foundational stuff that your church does.
So your social media is the fluff that draws people in. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a chill.
But yeah, the eye catching, and here's what's going on, maybe right now or in these coming weeks. Almost like the little trailers when you go to the, you know, those kind of things, the attention grabbing things. Yeah. So the content's not necessarily fluff, but yes, what you're saying is.
But there are places like, you know, you can drive people to your website. So like if you did have, so I've got a church, Catholic church, St. Isidore, they'll have usually registrations for events like on the web page. And so I will, you know, on the Facebook account, direct people to the website to go register for those, which can be nice because then it helps people, it pushes people to the website so that, oh, maybe then I'll go pop around and look a little bit. But I think, the most part, people interacting with the church electronically, it's going to be social media. So you might just go to the website once, you know, just first learning about it, and then you never really have it. Like say if you're a member or something, really having to go on there. And it's one of those things too, with like everyone's last church. I was talking to a younger, like mid-20s young mom. I'm like, oh, did you see the newsletter that's sent out? And she's like, oh, was it put on Facebook? Like, because it was like an e-newsletter that would go to email address. So she's like, I'd like to see that. Like only if you'd see it, she would have seen it on social media. And I kind of get it. So I'm going to be 55 this year. And the worst place, if you want to contact me or get me information, is to send it to my personal email. Thousands of things in my inbox right now. That is the last place I go to. So I need to see it I need to see that. So. So we're doing that for you. Yeah, I mean, just to share too, you know, with my business, you know, if it's, let's say you're talking about the volunteers, if you did identify as a volunteer, good, if you want, bring me on for like also a couple months as a church, a small church. Tim Engel, you know, Tim, he used to be in, he actually was Portage, Indiana.
Oh yeah.
But he came to a lot of Northern Illinois district events. We got to become friends and pastor a smaller church in Houston. And he's like, hey, Craig, so I worked with him for just 2 months. So the first month I helped him like set up a pattern for how to do posts. And I think we're just First church, we're just doing like 3 posts a week, like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and then doing like an e-news through MailChimp. So I kind of laid out the groundwork, and then the second month, he took it over, and then we're done. You know, so sometimes that's something we could talk about. It's like to help get a pattern going. Helpful thing, but you do, yeah, it would find that person. And that can be intentional about it. None of it is rocket science, believe me. It just takes kind of intentionality.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about that, both Facebook and Instagram are under this meta business, right? We don't have Instagram. How do you set up an Instagram?
Yeah, that would be another area. At the break, does anyone else needs to know how to set up an Instagram?
Get lunch.
You could do it at lunch, or I could do it at like, because we're gonna do a break at 11:15.
Yep.
Walk, get through there. We can just go around my computer. It's pretty simple. Yeah, you just need an email address and you create your own password.
Yes.
It's a pretty simple. It's not that complex.
On the state.
Yeah.
You tell me what the password I forgot, Pedro, for down here. It's on the table, the password for down here.
Oh, it's Iowa District West 2020.
Yeah.
Iowa,
And
each of the 3 words has got a capital.
right, so Iowa District West 2020. And use a guess one if anyone wants to log in down here. Yeah.
No, it's a guess.
Yes.
Just gonna jump a little bit. So if you want to jump to page 6. And this is something that I'm going right now. So this Catholic church I work with, they've got this yearly huge strawberry festival. And
The church does this or the community?
the church does it.
Really?
Yeah, and it's huge.
I'm not gonna tell them about the famous event, what's it in outside Chicago? Can't think what city it is now. They have a turkey festival every year.
Oh, okay. I don't know which one that is. But here I've got so I've got the St. Isidore's Facebook page up, and it's nice. I will people will go to your Facebook page, they're gonna see this on the top, especially on their phone. And I have been finding it helpful. I think it's been a good thing to include your worship time. So they're gonna go on your Facebook page. So through the course there, you can change this up, but when let's say quote nothing's going on, it's just kind of a slower time, have some graphic and include your worship times. We'll talk Canva. I think I'll probably be showing that to you a little bit. Is that folks using Canva at all for creating? Who else is using Canva? Favorite. It's funny, when I started the business, I don't know why. Like, oh, I don't want to use Canva. I was using some other things. And then this one church was using it. And they got me on their team, and like, yeah, I pretty much can't work without it. And they online that. So easy. And if you guys don't already know, I mean, you get it free for churches, nonprofits, you get a free version. So for some reason you're paying, you don't need to be. So you guys pay.
You can do the free. I've never done the pro.
You can get the pro for
Oh,
free.
good to know.
Yeah, just need the tax exempt information. And yeah, so it is. I need to be a game changer.
Tons of graphics you can't use.
Yeah, well, with the free, like, so I think we're gonna talk about that a little bit later. So I'm generally, let's say it's for like an event, creating multiple graphic sizes for each event. So like most of my churches will have, let's say, slides like that happen during worship that are announcements. Generally, those are either, so this was funny, one like Forest, they've got a 4:3 ratio for their screen. Some of them are the wide screen like this, which is 16:9 for this church in Lake Forest. Yeah, so I'll create a graphic for their screens that are 4:3, but then on their website where you see all their events, the graphic is 16:9. And then I'm going to create a square graphic that can be used both on Facebook and Instagram. And when you're the free version of Canva, you kind of have to go in and out. It's just a much more cumbersome thing. Whereas when you have it's a simpler thing to go from. But for this, so they got the Strawberry Festival coming up, and so I'm going to go over here, edit cover photo. Go to my download folder where here it is. So it just keeps things kind of fresh, you know. So like, I will update the cover seasonally, you know, for spring, summer, fall, winter. I'll update it before, like, especially let's say before Christmas, before Easter, with like the Holy Week schedule. So that's just something really big one. Check it out. Any question on that?
It's personally, I find it odd when I change that piece, how many interactions I get.
Oh, you do?
I think that sometimes you get a lot more than just putting a post in.
Yeah, right. Well, and to show you a quick thing,
Because it posts that you updated your photo, so everybody knows, oh.
They're like, what did they update to?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to show you. I'm going to pick this. I've got this other thing, Therese. In case you thought, so here I got my laptop up, right? And you might think, Craig, that you could be thinking, well, this is a weird spot. Why did you put all these over to the right? My thinking is I create that Facebook cover photo with someone being on their phone. Because when you go to, can't really show that on screen, call someone's Facebook. You get that, and see, this doesn't really work well. When you're able to make changes. So I'm feeling people are on social media, what, 99% on their phones, probably, right? So then when you make that Facebook cover, trying to have it, so see how that circle, this is your profile pic, pictures a big circle on the left. Refresh. There it goes. So I have it so that the type is to the right of that graphic, so you can read it, as opposed to like what I just did for that same Isidore. I mean, maybe I'll recreate that graphic. They made it, wasn't me.
Guess I'm a little unclear. Someone might be looking at a book on a phone,
Mostly
tablet, or a computer.
Yeah.
So do you have to have graphics that?
No, you're just gonna
Facebook.
you
Automatically size.
You just got to pick one. Yeah, you got to.
Usually just make one graphic.
Yeah, for like the cover photo, you only can do one graphic.
And you're saying most people are using their phone
Yeah.
anyway, so.
Yeah. So I try to think.
Too bad if they're using a tablet or.
Well, it won't be look bad. It'll just look a little.
It'll look like that.
It'll look a little odd. Like,
Versus-
yeah, why didn't you put that? Like, Craig, why wouldn't you put that in the center here more? You know, maybe. But then so like what I just did for, St. Isidore, with that particular graphic, their icon is blocking part of the. Not a huge thing. Again, it's just a little visual.
So you go in and tweak it, maybe.
If you can, yeah. So maybe I would ask them, hey, can you guys recreate that for me for the Facebook? It's not a huge thing. It's just.
This is
Anything else on the Facebook? I'm gonna look on the bottom of page 6.
We got this question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
This is just about creating image content. So I'm looking at some of the logos that. I'm assuming they, on their own, or they contract somebody to create that. You're familiar enough with Canva, so we have a logo, but I'm wondering if there's ways to create variations on a theme with a logo.
Oh, yeah.
Through Canva.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
So if I take our existing logo
Yeah.
into Canva.
Yeah.
What power does it have to simplify, draw certain people, you know what I mean?
I'd have to look at it, but there's a lot you can do, you know. Canva would probably have some limits and, you know, if you're really, I guess I'd have to see what you want to do. I mean, there's always programs like design and Adobe stuff too, that can go more intricate, you know, like Adobe InDesign, you could do even more, but you can do a lot with Canva.
That's what I was just gonna say is, if you're familiar with TechSoup, it's, I don't know if it's a nonprofit just for nonprofits, but remember that and you get a lot of programs for a discount if you're a nonprofit. So I just bought the Adobe Creative Suite. It's usually $60 a month, but I got it for $30 a month because we're a church.
Yeah.
So, and that'll do everything. You can want like 20 different programs in the, so
Yeah,
it's a great deal for $30 a month.
that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. On the bottom of page 6, again, these are just tips as I was going through things. So when you're, I said the number one posting mistakes is, did you write the wrong date or the wrong time? So when you're ever doing an event, and I still do it, but I'm trying to I try to be mindful, like look on your phone or have your printed calendar and double check it. If you can just kind of keep cognizant of that, because I will get that. Yeah, I mean, especially when I wasn't keeping track with that, it's just so easy to make those little mistakes. And people will catch it. People are catching your mistakes all the time. So we can make lots. It just helps with, you know. Top of page 7, I already was sharing a little bit about keep your social media recordings simple. So, you know, if you're working with boards, social media, and they're trying to give you like updates and how things are going, you know, if you're trying to keep it minimal, I'd like to, again, sharing just the number of followers and go further in that. It's like in another, I was going to show you Business Suite. You go to another one of those features is Insights. If let's say your board directors or builders, whomever, are looking for, well, how are things going with social media? Are we making some headway? You can get some data. Like here will be results. So for this church, here in the upper right hand corner, it'll give you the frequent, like the reporting days. This is the last 28 days, but you can change this up as well. You can make it the last 90 days. You can go this week, this month, this year. And you see like a little report. This gives you, so for Facebook, for this church over the last week, it was down. Reach is, I'll even get up. Facebook reach, this count includes reach. I'll just read it. This metric count reach for the organic or paid distribution of your Facebook content, including post stories and ads. It also includes reach from other sources such as tag-ins, check-ins, and page or profile visits. This number also includes reach from posts and stories that were boosted. So it's just like how many people you're getting this out to that is seeing it. And so for whatever reason, over the last like 28 days, the reach on Facebook kind of was 6.5% down compared to the previous 28 days. That's what it's always, whenever you see that percentage, it's comparing it to whatever, like if I would have selected up here, I was selected last 90 days. then, and I'm looking at then at this graphic, whatever this percentage thing is, it would pick the previous 90 days and to compare it against it. But then here on Instagram, like it was positive. We reached 73% more people. Then you could see, and here you got Facebook visits were down for whatever reason, but Instagram profile visits went up. And these are things you can check if you really want to go crazy with it. But there's, like we're talking, there's so many little things to watch out for. And you can see content as well. You can see which one, here's gives you a little graph that you can even see which ones were the biggest ones. Like, I had a graphic on inviting people to worship that reached like 254 people as opposed to the link regarding a link for their e-news. And you can see here like some details on likes and reactions. So you can get a lot of data stuff when you go to this Insights tab.
So is that people who just saw it, or did they have to like it?
Well, the reach part of it, they just saw
They
it.
just saw it.
Yeah. And then there's another.
Yeah, that is like an interesting stat to see, because if you're only basing like off of like likes,
yeah,
you're gonna have a big difference. I have like another page, it's not the church page, but it was pretty consistently comparing the likes to the reach. Likes was only about 10% of the actual reach across the board of like all my posts. So like I might have a post that was like 15 likes or whatever. There's actually 150 views.
Sure. Yeah. The reach is always going to be the bigger number.
And that's pretty consistent. Like,
yeah. It's sort of like earlier with sending that invite out. We sent out 150 people. It'll probably just be 10, be 10 or so people that will end up liking the page. So the more that you can increase the reach, hopefully, the more people, then it'll just help that number of people who would like this as well. So there's some great tools in here for reporting. But again, for me personally, on a weekly basis, I kind of always just check in followers.
it is kind of fun too. Like every once in a while, something will go viral.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And you'll have like, normally you might get maybe like 100, 200. And then for whatever reason, it's like 2,000.
Yeah.
That's because it expanded out beyond your normal reach.
Right. Well, we'll talk about Reels later. Reels really became, so those are videos that you're seeing, it's kind of the competitor to TikTok. So you're seeing Reels on Facebook and Instagram, and I'm getting really so much more engagement on Reels than just regular posts. And I'll have those ones that go viral, and it'll be like, all of a sudden, I'll just have like, let's say, a Bible verse that just exploded, and I'll have just from one post, like, I need to invite 200 people because they've liked it. Then I have the opportunity to. So Reels have really been a huge thing. So almost whenever I have, whenever I think it's the best opportunity to create a video, and I do those in Canva generally, do it static graph. So this is kind of a little bit of a graphic. I'm going to show you guys something. So for those creating graphics, so here I've got Canva open. I keep things really, so I mean, I do graphic design, but I wouldn't necessarily call myself a graphic designer. So you're talking about logos before. I can do logos, But if it's gonna be like a really good logo, I've got a girl Rhonda on my team who's been doing this for 20+ years. I have Rhonda do the logos. So for me, so I've got 12 accounts. Some of those churches have kind of developed their own prescribed fonts that they want to use. Okay, but that's only like, I don't know, 3 or 4. So for all the others that I use, I keep it simple. And I'm generally just using like 3 fonts. Because it can take a lot of time just to create a graphic. So, I mean, if you wanted to create something, you could spend all day in the world. Let me look through the hundreds and hundreds of fonts. And you could, yeah, and you don't have time to do that because you got to get the other stuff going. So, so I'm just gonna just create. Oh, you know what I'm doing? I'm gonna create a invitation graphic. So like each week I put out a free like invitation to worship, and it's nice here in Canvas. You're gonna get a quick little Canva tutorial. I'm gonna do this quickly just to show you a little how I do this. So that's pretty. So I'm just gonna grab sunset thing. I'm gonna grab text. Here I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna start with you. And favorite 3 fonts are League Spartan. I think I wrote them there too. Yeah. So I like League Spartan. How I fell on that, I don't even know. Liking it. That I'm gonna grab the other one and I go gaps are, choose Poppin. The one that I like. Expand it out with these little tools, pull on the corner and drag them out. So nice with Canva how you move things around with those purple lines. Can you see the purple? Yeah. How for centering things and aligning things. It's so cool. Then I'm going to pick another one. Go invited. Point. I'm going to highlight that. It's play script. Here it is. Add up. I like in Canva too when I try to just follow their guidelines. If you see when I'm moving this around, see how you see the square purple? I try to keep things in that purple square. So I'm just gonna expand that. That's here. Change the color. Make everything. You can go in here, go to effects, kind of put a shadow behind it. I like using that a lot. I don't know how that would come up. It's just shadow. So, so there you go. But yeah, I didn't take the time to but yeah, because if you go to fonts, you can go, just go forever. That's why I just pick it. I think there's something about like the League Spartan has a good boldness. That's why it's the bold. Actually with Poppin, I usually just use the bold version. But yeah, that's why I say bold, slim, and slant. Just gives some different effects. So there, you just created a graphic. Then you go and share it. Scroll down, download it, and you got it. I totally love it. I would play it.
What's the
A couple more minutes, but
what's the file type?
it's a PNG. But you can download different versions. So when you're on here, you go to share, go to download, and you get different. You click up here, it's PNG, but you can choose a JPEG. You can make a PDF. You can make a vector file. If I would go and create, like, let's say, you could build animation into this. Make that rise. Then all of a sudden now it became like a movie file, like an MP4. So,
And then that will show on the Facebook as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
and then when you're posting, like on Meta Business Suite.
It seems like all the stuff that this can do is the same thing you can do with PowerPoint. That is 50 backgrounds and stuff like that.
So
You have to have public domain ones that you.
yeah,
can use for
exactly. Yeah,
free.
yeah. And the big
Is
difference
that
between
just
the
kind of
free,
library of free.
Yeah, yeah,
backgrounds?
for the free version, that's what you have, right? You get a decent amount, but when you get the pro version, which churches can have for free.
A lot of the religious graphics are in the pro version, so I've never been able to use this.
Oh,
Big
yeah.
crosses and yeah.
Exactly. So there, it's just like, you name the subject matter, they have.
I've uploaded all types of things into Canva,
Yeah.
you know, that,
Just go into your church and start taking pictures of a piece of like cross in your church or
You can certainly do that.
personalized to your people.
Yeah.
What they're used to seeing.
Yeah. That was just a graphic, when you're creating graphics for these posts. That's just,
So our church hired a graphic designer to design our logo, and like he gave us 2 fonts. They're kind of like your picking fonts. So now I
Yeah.
always use like, so our bulletin is in the same fonts, our Facebook, I use the same 2 fonts, and then our announcements and the website are all, so it's like really recognizable for people. Like, those are our fonts.
there you go. That's great. Yeah. It's nice. It keeps the continuity and a good look. Yeah.
Your branding. Yeah. so
Your
really-
brand. That's right. That's right. And like I said, not all for the churches that don't have that type of branding, that's where I just kind of use these 3 similar things.
Question on image generation.
Yeah.
You done much with AI image generators?
No, I haven't yet. Yeah.
Found that they can be helpful in a lot of different contexts.
Yeah. Yeah. It would probably be good to play around with that.
Yeah, if you have a Wix website, the new AI generator, like I'm doing a blog, I'll have it generate, I'll just put a word in, and it does pretty decent for generating interesting. And if you don't like the first one, you just click it again, and it'll give you a different one. But it does a decent job of, you can either make it a collage, or you can make it a photo, or you can make it a painting, and they do
Yeah.
a pretty decent job.
Bing does that really well. Google Gemini are limited, but Canva does have an image generator in it too, which does okay.
Okay.
It's not my favorite, but it's just been helpful for a variety of different images that I help me create.
Sure. That's good. I was going to show you, yeah, so it's something that, we need to play with. I think before we take a break, I have one last thing that I said. Post on the top of page 8, I wrote think square, and wasn't for me. So I was probably doing this with my business probably a year and a half, and it was happened to be the St. Isidore Church, where he was finding, hey Craig, can you, when I'm seeing the graphic on Instagram, so when you go on Instagram, like seeing someone's wall, you can see the playlist of previous posts. And here they all are, and they're all square, okay? But I had been creating graphics that were like widescreens, okay? And they posted, so 16 by 9, and they posted fine. I mean, Instagram would let me post it, and it was no issue. And when you look at on the news feed of Instagram, it was fine. But if you go to your platform where you see all the previous posts, you would have text getting cut off. So if I had a widescreen image, I was trying to just find one. Just gonna try to search to see. Yeah, right. I was just gonna see.
Doesn't that seem like that's just an Instagram's more square and
It
Facebook
is.
rectangular?
Yeah. But so as to, for me, save time, I'm always thinking square,
Okay.
so that I can just have one then I know, so the graphics and posting on Facebook, I'm just doing squares now. And because then when I'm doing that one post where I'm sending it to both of them, then I don't have, yeah, yeah, oh, it's fine, square is fine on Facebook, yeah, so. If you've got time and you think it looks visually better doing a widescreen on Facebook, you can swap your posts, you can change up the graphics. But I'm just trying to save time and just make one graphic that I can use on both. I'm finding much more easy. But it is so like it's kind of time-wise. Good, maybe people are getting better at that, but I've definitely seen churches and the type just gets cut off. So even and there will be times where I'm creating, maybe because it's for a slide, maybe it's an image for a slide, and I'm starting out 16 by 9, for whatever reason. But I will make sure the type square of that 16 by 9 image. And sometimes, let's say someone created, let me give you an example. Let's say it could be where you got a member or it's an outside ministry. They send you a graphic that is, I've got one. There's a graphic I got, here it is. So I got a graphic, this is from this church in Isidore. They create really all the graphics in-house. And sometimes we'll be able to give me a square image that I can use for Instagram, but sometimes they're just busy and I only get a widescreen image. But then what do I do? Because I don't want the type to get cut off on the sides when you see it on Instagram. So you can take, so I try to be creative. So I took this bike blessing. It was a widescreen image. I was able to bring it in. Like you can even see, I'm going to open this up, see how it was bigger. So I was able to bring it in where I was able to keep the text in the center square. Now I've seen sometimes, I'm just going to move this out, where people have done something like this. Well, they'll take the widescreen and just put it in the middle and put a color in the background. I just feel like it looks unfinished to me, like it looks a little hodgepodge to me. So that's where I'll go in and add some finishing touches. I mean, another thing could have been, this thing I just made these little, you can find these little elements, all these shapes here in Canva. I mean, let's say I've removed this. A little trick I've done is put a little rule, just go across a little bit and maybe make that. Paste it. Bring it down here. Again, just trying to make things look a little bit more, visually appearing. So there are tricks. Or another one, I was talking about this redeeming life. There was a lot of, okay, so they had created this widescreen image that had a lot of text in it. And I don't know who made it. I got this from a third source. So I just put it on an angle just for something visually to kind of, and so you could play around with that. So I was still able to take a widescreen image and get it to a square. So there's some little tricks, but yeah, when I see, like I showed you earlier for that bike blessing, when I see just something like that, I just think top and bottom just looks
real quick before break.
Yeah.
As you're making these, like, definitely like be creative but maybe have someone else look at it.
Oh,
And even after you post it, like pick it up on your phone and can you actually read it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I've had a problem sometimes. It's like just the font or like the size.
Yeah.
Like you can't really, you want to make it as easy as possible for them to just read it.
Right. Well, and even so when you're doing it on social, like let me pull up.
Because like some of those, there might be like that text is so small.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to be able to, you have to like really get your magnifying glass out.
Right. Well, that's where when it gets down to, because you don't have to include in the graphic, I would say keep it really simple. So like, well, first, so here's a graphic for this church in Lake Forest. This is their slide that they're seeing, you know, we're going through before worship starts. So this has got all the information because they need it because they're sitting in a pew and they need to read the information, right? Looking at them. Then I make different versions of this. And so now I just have the date and the title, the content will be in the post. So you don't have to try to keep your graphics as clean. Sometimes I've seen they'll post something and that graphic has so much text, it's just too much. And they're just gonna pass it over. So try to keep the clean. For a break, I think. So any instructions?
We have
15
rest,
minutes.
yeah, we have restroom too. We also have some more upstairs if people need to.
I could take a little time to show like how to create Instagram. Do you want to see how to?
Yeah.
Okay. You can stay there. I mean, I could.
Oh.
If wants to stay.
If you already have a Facebook page, is there a certain way that you have to sync it? Like
You do. You do. Yeah. You do that in Meta. Yeah.
Oh, that I saw the.
All right, you ready, Kurt?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I think we're gonna start back up here. So before we're gonna get into hashtags and some other areas of like just reaching those outside of our community involved with our posts. Well, what's something from the first part of the morning section that was like, what's going on with that, Craig? Super confusing. I have no idea. You know, what was an area that, yeah.
We talked about it, so I think I have the answer, but I'm not sure. We talked about, at one point where, somebody had made a really nice page but there were no response, or there were no responses. And so that indicates to me that you need somebody that's on that page all the time monitoring it. Then you have several other people that say they go in once a month and take care of it and they're done.
Yeah.
And that, to me, that sounds contradictory.
Yeah, right.
So, and what we discussed, and maybe it's, so once a month, that's creating the content, so it's ready to go up and it appears when.
Is that what you do? Like you knock it out on Saturday.
And it shows up at the appropriate
You
time.
can schedule it out
Yeah.
however you want.
But then, I don't know how you do it, but then you could, so they're all, let's say they're all posted for the month. But it would be, I'll just say ideal, whether, I would say every day would be good. Every day or every 2 days, minimally once a week, that you can check your inbox and Meta Business Suite to see if people are coming, so that you can then respond. Yeah, whatever your frequency, whatever your ability. Like I wasn't really faulting that person because I'm sure he or she was loaded, but it sends, it's just rude, you know, like it's just going back to, if you don't say anything, you know, the Westerners don't even leave a message, you know, like if it's not going to be read. So they just want some love, you know, we should show the love kind of back.
You just do the thumbs up or
Yeah.
like or whatever.
Right.
You can respond to those.
No, we just do the like, just do, yeah, if it doesn't seem, if they're just making one singular comment that doesn't need a word reply back, then just like it or love it, or whatever you feel, or if it could be funny, you have the other options like laughing, or maybe someone made some joke about something. And
You also want to like begin with the end in mind is why are you even doing it?
Yeah.
Is really the point is not the social media aspect of it, but to actually bring them into the church, like physically. So always be trying to draw them into the building.
Yeah.
Because you don't really want just social media for the sake of just being.
well, we're building a relationship.
Yeah, you're
because
trying to make connections and.
yeah, you could have people, I got Bill Yonker, a pastor, he's a popular pastor, he's in outside Chicago suburbs, but he has big reach. And so when I just started working, his church is Emmanuel in East Dundee, northwest suburb of Chicago. And, so for live streams, I'll see, we're watching from Florida, we're watching from Texas. And, we'll even, maybe they're not even living nearby.
Which like those things are beneficial.
Yeah.
But you take our theology face to face with the word and the sacrament.
Yeah, it's the idea. Yeah, for sure. And that's where TikTok on that end, like I haven't. So, all right, make some graphic or build a reel. That would be huge in TikTok. If it was sharing, the content, that is great. That someone in whatever country or whatever bar in the United States would like it. But I don't know what that necessarily means to the congregation of bringing it. So that's where I just haven't jumped on that.
So you can tell, totally agree with this, I think, you can tell when somebody just looks at it.
Well, that's the number you'll get in that reach.
If
Yeah.
I go to a lot of places, but man, I do not say like. It's like, I have no idea if I click something, but what somebody's gonna be sending stuff my way, which I really don't want.
So there's two different metrics that like that business suite will track will be reached. Those are people just seen it. And then there's engagement. Those people that did something. They liked or commented or shared. That's kind of like, and that's really what you want the engagement. If I were to track another thing on a regular basis, it would be engagement. Yeah. So that you want people following and you want people engaging. I think that's to your point that at some point they would then want to enter your building and be live.
I mean, I think that should be the whole point of it, is getting them to come see your church and be a part of the community with the word and the sacraments.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great they saw your post, but
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anything else from the early morning part? Okay. So hashtags. I don't know how. Who's all using hashtags? Okay. They're still relevant. I would check that every so often. Are people using really hashtags? I personally don't really ever do it. Okay, but people like I'm not going on my personal line.
I
Going
don't
on Facebook.
understand hashtags.
So it's all different stuff. So let's say, let's just show you like one of these posts. It's like, so there are people, okay, they're going on Facebook and they want to know more about, they do hashtag worship. That's like a subject matter they want to go look up. And there's 8.2 million posts with the hashtag worship. And so you're going to see all these different things. Or there's the hashtag Adventist, all these different types of things. I look at hashtags as like bait, like you're going fishing and it's like a bait. So you're casting it out. And because there are people who are going to take the bait and you would then reel them in. And so when you don't use any hashtags, for the most part, it's just going to be your existing followers who are going to see your post. And maybe how you were talking earlier, some things with your likes, Facebook's going to figure out things you like, your interests, and you might see some posts from some organizations you don't follow that appear in your newsfeed. But by adding a hashtag, you're being a little bit more intentional that you are trying to reach those outside of your church building that don't already, be part of your community. So, so it's like it's an outreach tool to add these hashtags. And as I shared earlier there, so for whatever reason with these algorithms, for Facebook, they only want you to use a limited amount, like 2 to 4. I just started with X, or formerly Twitter. They only want you to use 2 hashtags, and Instagram up to 30. And if you start using more hashtags on Facebook or going beyond the 30 on Instagram, they're like saying you're going to start losing interest or followers from people. So you just try to keep in that place. So, but not every word that you might think, like hashtag whatever, is something that everyone's looking for. So for all of the hashtags that I use for my churches and ministries, I'm trying to use ones that a large number of people in the country are looking up, so that they're all relevant. So there's this great tool. It's a free tool called righttag.com. I think so. I've got this on the bottom of page 9. And I'll jump up to. So look on page 9. I'm jumping a little bit to the bottom of page 9, but I'll go back to the top of page 9. So all the hashtags that I'm using are trying to be relevant. But like, what's a word? What's a word that you might think people would have an interest for? Just give me a word. Church. So here you got. So you see, use these hashtags to get seen now. So church is a big one. Then it's nice. They give you some related ones that you could use, that you can copy and paste. They also give you, and then even further, another form, they'll give you other similar hashtags. As you scroll down, they'll give you ones that are popular, but may not be seen as quickly as the ones that are kind of in the green lightning bolt. What's a word that you might be iffy? Give me a word that might be not.
LCMS.
What's that? LCMS. It is. Look at that, how relevant we are. That is. So that is one that people are searching. I'm trying to think. And so, but there are some like, give me another. That would be questionable.
Say bilingual worship.
Bilingual. Okay, great. Worship. There you go. So there may be some people, okay, that are using it totally, but this right tag is saying that is not one that like a ton of people are using about. So again, I'm just using ones. Yes, go ahead.
I was getting the idea that if you want to indicate you've got bilingual content on here, somebody was wanting to search rather than just be dumped on by stuff. Well, I'll type this in and it'll show me all the people that said this is something related to this topic. Am I misunderstanding what it's supposed to be? Is it saying that there really isn't any, or
no,
nobody just?
It's not saying that there isn't any. It's saying.
If you type that into a Facebook search, there'll be things that'll pop up.
Right. but it's just a small,
This is a different site.
this is a different site.
Are you just kind of using this as a tool, like if you wanted to reach people who want bilingual worship, if you put that in, you know, a lot of people are not calling it that. You might instead use Spanish worship.
Or if I just put in
If you put in
bilingual.
Spanish worship, I'll bet you get a lot more. In other words, helping you know
Maybe.
which hashtag to put in, because this one's not popular, but maybe that one is.
Yeah, right. So you gotta play around. So bilingual is a big one, but maybe Spanish worship.
I'm just,
How people find.
yeah, let's see what Spanish worship says.
On Facebook.
I'm surprised
And
that's
it'll
not.
pop in.
See, that's the, so that's why I use this as a filter.
Right.
Because with one's like, oh, I would think that would be popular. And if it's not, I don't use it.
Okay, so I'm still not very clear on this because you said you wanna, put something in that, a lot of people in the country are gonna be attracted to. I don't attract a bunch of people from the country. I wanna attract people in Ames, Iowa.
Right.
Well, sure, but it's, I mean, so let's just say generally these are ones, I mean, yeah, you're not gonna pull them in from the country, but wherever they're living, these are ones across the board. These are subject matters across the board that that people are looking for.
So you could do like hashtag worship, hashtag aims. You would, people that if they're searching aim, I mean.
You could, and that's where like, I should have like in the top of the page. So the 3 tips if, I'll kind of just backtrack a little bit. So 3 tips. So number 1, if in your post you include only one hashtag, make sure it's not one that only those from your church, ministry and or business recognize. Like, except for, yeah, and so yeah, these are kind of exception there. So I will make one hashtag for like my organization. So we were just talking about Messiah Johnston. Okay. So like all of my, for all the churches, so they'll always have one, like His Cross, Yorkville. Okay, so that's on every post. So that for everyone to see, what are all the posts that Yorkville, this Cross Yorkville had? I can find all those, and that may be of interest to those who are part of that church. But then, but after that, I'm trying to use all ones that a larger number of people are using. And so, but I've seen stuff where there was a church that they had, what is it? They're trying to draw like people and they're using a hashtag like raising young disciples or something like that. And I saw it on all of their posts, but it's not a hashtag anyone's looking up. So it's kind of like, you could be just doing that for your own little group at church and that might be fine, but it's not maybe reaching those outside of your community.
You're trying to get it to catch on.
You're trying to get it to people outside of your walls. But again, I make the one that has, it's generally the name of the church and the city, just to make some connection. So like Messiah John, like hashtag Messiah Johnston, I would probably have every single post. But then not use some phrase that no one is looking up. And then I had 2 there, using only relevant ones. And those are the ones I'm finding through Right Tag. And then the third one that I'm using maybe wouldn't be huge, like you wouldn't find it on Right Tag, but let's say, so Yorkville, I will find one from that city. So let's look up, well, I won't even look it up. I'll go on to Facebook actually, let's say for Fort Dodge. I'll pick on Fort Dodge. And so let's say we had one. So I'm going to do, so Fort Dodge, Iowa. And I'll kind of I'll look up a few. So this one was found on over 3,000 posts. Okay, that's maybe not bad. I'm going to do Fort Dodge, IA. How many people are doing that? Nobody's doing that. Maybe I'll just do Fort Dodge, 12,000 posts, but I don't know what that is. It getting connected to probably is getting connected to the unemployed one. So maybe I would use this as my, as another hashtag. And so that's, you know, you're talking about for Ames. So that can connect people in your direct community more. So people who are, especially people who are moving in, who are discovering about this town. Maybe I'll do a search of hashtag Ames, Iowa, and see, well, what kind of stuff is going on. The thing that I find that's kind of neat. So like for all my churches, so I make sure that every post has got, you know, the second hashtag is one that's got a geographic thing in there. So if someone does move to one of the towns of one of my churches, they're going to see a lot. They just Google that. If they just do a search for that hashtag, they're going to see a ton from my particular church. Now, not every business and organization is doing that. So I'm kind of guessing that, like the stuff from my churches are going to be up on the top more than other businesses or organizations. So you kind of get more exposure that way.
I feel like that, I just am worried about attracting like more of the crazy people that try to sell sweatshirts on your, like, do you feel like that happens more with hashtags?
No, I don't.
Does it?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I'm just doing that.
Okay. Well, those are usually bots too, aren't they? They're not tracked.
Yeah,
Okay, that's good.
for sure.
I'm not really even sure how many people would even bother even searching for hashtag.
I know that's the thing. I don't. But people do. So yeah. I mean, I keep on Googling. If it's still relevant, I'll even put them in not all reels, but some reels.
I know it's kind of it's a big thing on X, Twitter.
Yeah.
Hashtagging, but Facebook, I don't really know if people really care.
That's use for hashtags is that like kind of at school, we had like a hashtag go higher for you, and you hashtag that, and then they display your picture on TV and like comedy reads. I think that's like something that we could do with patients hashtagging in manual career. Like once you come across a hashtag, like and you can see all these, not just your churches social media stuff, I mean, that, but it's maybe that's a common thing that organizations do to when they post. Then they start seeing an archive of all of these.
Absolutely, yeah. Right. So you can make an intentional thing like that.
I think that might be the better use of it, really.
It's a good use, but yeah, like I said, I don't search it out, but so it's been, and it doesn't really take a whole lot of work. And so, and going back to originally from the morning time about that notepad, I don't have to spend. So if I'm like repurposing something, for each post, I don't have to spend minutes and minutes to find the most relevant hashtag. I'm just using ones that I've used in the past that I've already kind of like went through and evaluated that they're good. So most of my work's kind of doing on the front end. So the further I go, it's really not taking me to do that. But every so often there'll be some topic up, and I'll something new that I will look it up. Another tool just for I'm going to jump into a little bit on some of the free resources that I'm going to do in the back end, but spend a little bit more time reading. So just some great. I'm cheap. I love free stuff. Like free is better, and it is amazing. Free resources I was talking about. So all the Google Docs and the Sheets, and so Linktree is free. I know you guys have ever used Bitly before. Anyone use Bitly? You have?
Well, yeah, I was in education for 32 years, so it's used a lot.
Okay. So like, I don't know about you guys, when you're on, let's say you've got some you have people register online for an event, okay, and the link becomes like this, it's so many characters and it's almost like gobbledygook, blah, 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 blah. So Linktree, you can take any, just gonna make something. Take any, let's see, what would be one I could. So look how long this one is right here. This is the link for a newsletter. Just for an e-newsletter, I can go to bit.ly and it's just, bit.ly.app, bit.ly.com. You go to create a link. You put in the link you want people to go to, and then you scroll down, then you could customize the back half to make it cleaner. So just say, Cross May newsletter. And it'll kind of tell me, nope, no one's used it. So now when you see this in your content for people, it's shorter, it just looks cleaner. When you have something that's super long, it just looks kind of like it's probably more of an aesthetic thing than anything for posts. It just looks too much. So if you can make your link just cleaner, that's just really nice.
I'm still trying to type it too, and it's would be easier for them to type it.
Easier for them to type it?
Yeah.
Oh, if they have to. Yeah. Especially, and if you put this, like, let's say for like a bulletin, if you had, this link as opposed to another, if you were wanting people like register, this makes it a lot cleaner, especially for printed materials. Yeah, for sure. But if you do create a PDF and hyperlink it in your PDF, it'll also work and you can click on it. But yeah, so for printed material, it does help. Another resource I like, free resource is, how many of you guys are using QR codes? Some of you, okay. Finding that becoming more and more popular. And so there's a great place to go, QR Code Monkey. And again, you take whatever your link is. I'm just going to take one again. And you pop it in here. Scroll down. You can actually do some little features. You can change the color. You can add a logo. I'm just going to keep it simple. But then just create your code. Then you download. Because it's free, they want you to see these ads and stuff like that. So hand it down.
Canva also has a QR code.
I haven't used it, and and Bitly uses one too. So I haven't used that for Canva before. So if you want to just stay in Canva, that's an easy place to go to. Canva has had so many new things pop up. There's just such a huge resource. Person even had time to see all the things that it does, because it does a lot. So I'm going to close out that. And to give you an idea about something regarding the QR codes, and going back to when we were talking earlier, we talked about Linktree. So let's say you had some sort of sign from, maybe the lawn sign promoting your church in the community, that all the members put in their lawn, blah, blah, blah. And with the QR code, and maybe more times than not, you want to use that QR code to direct them to your website, which would make a lot of sense. So one of my churches, St. Peter in Gilbert, Illinois, this guy was saying, well, what if we had that QR code go to Linktree? That is a great idea, because when they're looking, if they're scanning with the QR code on their phone, right? And they'd see that QR code, they'd be able to then go to Linktree, which has these just simple buttons. That's just like kind of an easier visual place to navigate the things that's going on with your church. Maybe more so than your website, unless you felt like the mobile version of your website was like super clean and super easy to navigate. That may be great. But if you felt it, there is some, it's a little more challenging to navigate on your phone. If you had that QR code to your Linktree link, that may be even a better way to go. And if there was changes in times or whatever, because you could always update Linktree more often basis, that's just something. Some of that stuff. Oh, for this one, QR code monkey. And it should be, yeah, it's on there on page 11. And then another free resource, because we were talking about videos before. And I got this idea from one of my churches. I was looking for, especially for creating reels and what have you. I was looking, I did a lot of stuff with like Photoshop, or sorry, Adobe Premiere, which you can create videos for. And I was trying to find like a really simple online one. And there's one through Microsoft called Flipchamp. Yeah, it doesn't cost anything. Anyone's used Adobe Premiere before in the past? Okay. I found this to be very similar in format and look to Adobe Premiere, but cost nothing. You don't have to, yeah. And just used it the other day for creating some stuff. And here you can import your video. Get in your audio and just build it on an easy platform. I don't know if I have the time to kind of go through all that, but it's a great, very simple video editing program to kind of use. Free. If you're in, again, it's because I'm cheap so when you're on your Instagram account, sometimes you'll get a notification for claim your free $5 that can use towards like a boost or an ad. Go ahead and use it. It works. Like so that it's just a free $5 to just increase your reach to whomever you want to see one of your kind of Instagram posts. So in case you're wondering is it bogus or what's the deal with it, it really works and it's free and it comes up like, I don't know, it might come up every 30 days or so. So when you see that, feel free because it'll allow, so it's a free $5 to use to just increase your reach so more people can kind of see.
Can you talk about boosting things?
Yeah.
Facebook, because I would guess that most everybody in the room, Facebook is going to be the platform we're using or using. Yeah. So that's a good question. So if I've got especially kind of think of like events, maybe. Okay. So, sorry, could you show it? I mean, I don't know if you could do it without actually paying it or something.
Yeah, I mean, I can go so far with it. I'll try to, I'm trying to close it. So I'm going to go to the page. So here's like, this was happening today, but if I wanted to take this post and boost it, so you click boost post. Again, for the most part, you just kind of, it's fairly intuitive. You're kind of just going down the list of things. Pick what your button would be. So right now, you're taking your post and they're making like into an ad, but then you could alter it a little bit. So right now they have you send a message about this post, you might instead choose, you've got options of you want no button, you want to learn more, you learn more. And here's an opportunity, you could put a website. So maybe I would put Redeeming Life, the website for this ministry. Put that there so more people would add traffic to your website. And then then there's all this stuff with targeting. So who's going to see it? Now, this is a pretty wide range. So if I would keep proceeding with this ad, this is choosing people like across the whole United States. So 18 to 65. Well, this is a ministry, although they have a thing in Florida for this event that's happening today. It's in East Dundee, Illinois. So I might go in here and choose, pick East Dundee, Illinois. Then you can go and alter, I'll keep it at 25 miles per hour, or 25 mile kind of proximity. But you can change that up. Oh yeah, actually. Oh, here you go. There's a toggle button for how far you want to go with it and boosting this. Maybe you just want to go 10 miles from the organization or your church. So right now, now it's getting a little bit more specific. I'm going to send this ad out, this boost to people who live within the proximity. But you could just send it to people who like your page. You could send it to people who like your page and that are those who are similar to them. Or you can create a whole new thing. Like if you wanted to reach, I'll just do Redeeming Life. And I want to pick, here's like detail marketing. You can just go through and select parents. They've got parents up to 12-month-old parents with adult children. So you can just select all these things that you kind of feel would be most specific. And I'm just picking random. And now they've added them onto your thing. You can go to interests and you can just kind of keep adding all these layers to more fine tune the target audience that you want to pick. So you can be very customized in your target audience. We'll just leave it at that. And then you can pick how long you want the ad to go, how much. Like right now, it'll give you, it's picking 7 days at $91. If I take, and you can just keep adjusting things down, you'll see your final amount here. Play around, you see whatever you want. And it's giving you a number of people that would be reached. 198 to 571. They're figuring all that out with algorithms, and then you would just publish. You kind of just go top down. So finding it, pick this tip up from someone who's much longer than me. Let's say it's for an event, so you can boost. So if I've got an event going, they just did it for the Strawberry Festival for the Senior Visitor Church. So they wanted to spend $200 on Facebook ads. So we did $100 on boosting the event. And then we did $100 on a brand new Facebook ad that didn't have to do it with any post. And let's go to, I can show you that. Let me go to Meta. This is one of the many features. You go to ads. If you're going to create an ad, and it gives you what's your goal. What do you want to do? Do you want to get? A lot of times, I'm looking to get more website visitors to whatever they're doing. Like so for San Isidore's Strawberry Festival, they set up a Strawberry Festival webpage. So for the ad for them, I was directing people to that, and on that webpage, that's all the details about the weekend festival, the whole time, stuff like that. So you might click on that. And then, you gotta pick your, if you just got one, there'll be like an account that's charged. So they all go to my own business, Craig Managed Digital Services account. But here you can change the graphic that's being used. You can select different media. All these different things that you can upload and pull up. Yeah, I'm just kind of quickly going through that. You can change so we go, let's refresh for a second. Okay. For some reason, Facebook side is not wanting to show an image. Okay. But do you see a headline to the ad? That's where you would change this up here. If I was wanting them to register for the event, maybe it's something that has like a limited number of people. I could change the button there to be, like sign up. And then you'd put the link for whatever that sign up is. Like if you're using like Sign Up Genius or something like that. And then it's a similar function, selecting your audience and when you want to start it working and what's your budget amount. And that's kind of the quick, give you the quick version of doing like ads and stuff like that. Or you is that
Yeah, I was just wondering if anybody in the room had done boost versus ads, or if you and your business and done it to them, because I'm thinking, if we want to do something here at St. Paul and Fort Dodge, we're having an event.
Yeah.
To me, it would make more sense to boost it and then narrow down our audience through that versus, I know just personally,
Yeah.
if I see an ad pop up, I do not look at that nearly as much as I might.
Yeah.
If it was boosted.
Right. So if you can narrow it down, you don't want too narrow,
Right.
But I tell you, like, so my wife is a full-time missionary and she has a missional business, and we do selling recycled products from the Philippines to reach these impoverished Muslim women. And actually, I'm going to be back in Iowa at Tinton. It's in Iowa next weekend, and we're doing like a 2-day Maker's Mark something event. And but when we do these markets all the time, especially from spring through fall, and I'll ask people who come to our booth, like, oh, so how'd you hear about it? It's always 9 times out of 10 they saw it on Facebook, however they saw it from the ad or came up. So it is a huge thing. And in fact, the first year that I was working for the St. Isidore and for the Strawberry Festival, brand new, us working with them, and we did Facebook ads. And after the event, maybe a couple of weeks after, we kind of had how did everything go, talking through how everything was planned out. And they literally said we had so many more people than previous years. So it's really something. So. If you had unlimited money, I would say, the big stuff, you could boost as much as you can. If you can kind of figure out what your budget is. I generally will go, I would say I'm spending somewhere between $50 and $200 on general ads for churches, so that gives you some sort of framework to work with as you're figuring out budgets. Because you could do that for Christmas, Easter. You got one big event each year. That thing may be, that would be a good thing. Yeah, because you are definitely getting more reach, for sure. Yeah. We're giving you a lunch here too, Keith. I think it's what I do. Any other thing? Yeah.
This would not be a Facebook related, but free resource. Maybe you don't work with as much by the nature of what you're doing. Others use Remind. Letters Remind. Allows you to text your entire congregation.
Oh, okay. It's a free service.
Free service. I found it so helpful because email is very limited in giving people to respond. Social media is another thing you're talking about. Remind allows you. Now people have to accept the invitation. You send out. You have to. If you can text them, they can decline it if they don't want to get updates. But it allows do some very targeted. It's obviously not social media. It's just with real people, but
Yeah.
it's very, very helpful for reminders. And you can build groups inside of it.
Okay.
You know, if you've got Sunday school group or a confirmation group or whatever,
Right.
that's super helpful.
And people are feeling you're favorable for it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have.
Or they think, gosh, I'm getting so many texts. Like it's
No, I mean, but I suppose if you abuse it, they can, you know, but at least in our area, they're used to it because they get texts from the school for updates.
okay.
And, you know, I use it once a week or something for a reminder for something.
Yeah.
But it's very, very helpful. Like even like for the weather, we need to tell people to stay home or something.
Yeah.
Church needs to be canceled or everything. I do lots of things through it, but
Right.
Is it remindercall.com?
no, it's just remind.
Remind.
It's just remind.
Remind.
I don't know if it's .com. I mean, yeah.
A lot of schools use it, a lot of athletic teams use it. And it's not everybody texting back and forth. It's like when you used to do like email blasts. It's like that, but it's a text.
Hey, that's it right there.
Is it?
That's it.
Okay.
Very user
Nice.
It's super intuitive.
Love it.
And it's kind of designed for schools, but.
But it's not, yeah. You have specific groups that you need to get information out to. It's
And
quickly.
it also lets you attach files, you can attach images, you can send links. I send links lots of times if I want them to be able to open something.
It's great.
So now it gives you a limit on how many characters you can put in your text.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
sometimes it's just say text 1 of 2, and then you can do the rest of it. You don't want to write a whole book. So occasionally you have more things, and so you can schedule the text.
Yeah.
So I can schedule reminders to go out. So again, it's not putting it out to social media, which it has the share function, you know, can kind of viral, but it very much targets your people.
Great.
Very cool.
That is cool. I'm sure that was.
Yeah, it takes a while to build because you have to continually remind people to accept the invitation or to give you their number to receive the invitation.
Yeah.
But over time, it grows and it's very useful.
So do you have to manually enter everybody's phone number
Yeah,
then?
yeah.
And then if somebody leaves the church, do you have to,
I think they can,
You can take yourself out of the group.
right,
Okay.
if you want out, you can opt out.
Or if it's something for a season of the
Right,
year, like confirmation doesn't go all year round.
right.
You confirmation 23, 24, and then you could, and then when that would be over, you could close that group out, so people don't have access to it, you know.
Yeah.
And you can send out like a code on Facebook and they can add themselves to it. So you don't, I don't ever want to type everyone's number and then type one wrong or something. So they can.
But I want to check with your website provider as well, because I know ours have a similar feature. Is congregational members, they just have their information, like a phone number. And whoever's administering the website for your church, they can send out similar.
There's another tool called voice blasting. I mean, and that's not as, I don't use that anymore, but for those of you who might have members who don't do cell phones or something, Converted Technology Solutions allows you to record like a 20-second recording of yourself, blast it out. Now that is like a small fee, but
To go into the voicemail.
yeah, you just,
Yeah.
you're basically saying, well, you're sending them a voice message.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
useful.
Yeah.
Not, it's not the way to do it, but some who don't use, if you have a group that doesn't use this stuff, the way to reach them.
Yeah.
What's that one called?
Converted Technology Solutions is the company, I'm pretty sure. And it's a voice blast. I forget what it's called exactly, but I'm sure there are other services that do it. Oh, is it?
R360.
Oh.
You get 360 bundle.
Oh, is it? Okay. I haven't used it for a while, but it's, if we have an older population that still has an entry machine. You know, if they do answer the phone, they're gonna hear your recording. But it'll try 3 times. Do they?
I haven't used it. I don't know if it's good or not.
Okay.
As long as you have your members, your tax, you can use them, but they also have to accept.
Okay, they have to opt in like 3 months.
Keith, what is the,
For breaking, we'll bring lunch down. We're doing Subway.
we go up?
Pause. We can go up, yeah, we can.
Oh,
Yeah, because I think it's probably, could probably go even though.
And then we get it, bring it back down here.
What's that?
We go up and pick it up and bring it down here.
Or we could just go up and stay up.
That's fine.
I think there's enough room in the boardroom for
Yeah.
going out. So I'm gonna pause this for all those online. We'll be back at 1:45 or about. We would give you guys lunch, but you're not here, so you don't need it.
Get there.
There you go.
Okay, ready. So the one thing, for the afternoon for this session, we're gonna start off with talking about Google Business. And then that won't take that long. And then I thought, I've got a lot of details in the syllabus on Reels. I thought maybe it'll be best just to show you, like, I'm gonna create a couple that walk through things and you can ask questions as we're kind of going through that process. And that'll encompass a lot of the notes that I put in there too. Starting with Google Business. So I was just talking about craft beer places in Fort Dodge. Keith was not even aware that there was one. Doesn't drink beer, but I do.
Only 3% German.
Oh, 3% German. So I'm 100% German. So although I'm not a big German beer fan, I really like the American microbrews for the most part. So when I'm going to a new town, I will usually be searching that out. In my men's group, we're always sending each other pictures, of the beer that we're having and where we're at. And so I found those 2 places in Fort Dodge and told my buddy, I will be sending a picture from one of these 2 places, if not both. So we'll see. But I'm usually, when I'm going to a new town, I don't know about you guys, but I will usually go on Google Maps. Do you guys do that ever at all? Mm-hmm. So, and it's there that you just get so much, information. I'm going to go about organizations and then something. Well, let's just pick wherever. Let's pick this. I'm going to do the microbrew. So I'm looking this up. Oh, there's Shiny Top Brewing. We're going to click on Shiny Top Brewing and 4.6 must be a pretty good place. It's got 4.6 reviews on Google, and I share whenever. Definitely for restaurants, I think my wife and I both do this. We're going to Google Maps, and we're always looking. We want to go to places that would say have ideally ideally probably 4.5 rating and above. But we would probably maybe we'll go to some that are 4 and above. We just want it to be place that people have rated it pretty well. I mean, we're totally judging it on that. I mean, there's other types of apps, Yelp and what have you, but seems like we go to using Google Maps most of the case. And you know, they've got all their information here. And I'm gonna show you on one of my churches how they Google, Google Business, and this is like their Google Business account. There's a lot of things you can do. You can even make posts as well. But one thing, before you even can do posts on Google as another social media platform, is you have to claim your business. And there's tons, I would say, especially there's tons of businesses for sure, but definitely churches that have never done this. And so, and I asked Keith if it was okay if I picked the Iowa West district. And so I'm going to just show you here. Jump around. So I'm typing in Iowa. There's Iowa District West. It's around there. Hey, they got 5 stars. That's perfect rating. That's beautiful.
Well, of course.
There's only 4 people who commented, but maybe this is not a thing, you know, organization that you would always go to Google to make comments on.
All 4 employees.
All
comment.
4 employees.
They will all go online.
That's right. So all is good so far. Okay, so far. But they have not claimed their business.
How can you tell? Oh,
Because I see claim this business. And it is really simple. It's not a hard business to do. So just first, the reason, maybe the major reason to claim it as a business is that in case if someone up until now, let's say one of you to this event, you know, just like this guy Craig and whatever, this was a lousy event. I'm going to go to Google and I'm giving this thing a 1 star. No one from the district office would be able to respond. And yeah, you're kind of powerless. You just it's the clouds thing. I don't have any ownership. I can't do anything to it.
So should we do it right now? Or what do you think?
Well, you can't. Yeah, I think
Only the.
you kind of need to do it in coordination with who's ever answering. This is how I've done it typically. So let's say I'm not going to do it. If I would go to, I can go a little far. I'll go claim this business. It's not going to go really far. I might even stop here because it might get too thing. So if I like, yeah, I manage this thing, I would click this manage button. Then it would take me to a step where they want to get that verified. And they've got Google already has the phone number for this place. Okay. So one of the choices, it's the one that I use the most. I think it's the quickest one. I think the 2 choices are they'll call your phone and then like an automatic service will call with a code, a verification code. And then you kind of follow the instructions on your laptop.
You have to enter it.
Then you enter it in, then you have access. I think the other option is they'll mail you a postcard.
I heard they're kind of doing away with that,
Which
the postcard.
oh, they're doing that. That would make sense.
So you can use a landline?
Who's even used that? Yeah, right. Well, or whatever.
Be there.
Whatever phone number is, landline or whatever phone number is associated
With
that
this,
Google's got.
with your church.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So it's a huge, but like there's some big, as I was just trying to, expand my counts and stuff, I was even finding some of the biggest LCMS churches like hadn't done that yet. They got big staffs and somehow they've just missed that. And it seemed like they had good reviews, but I hate that. Once I learned about that, I'm like, that you're powerless to respond. And the nice thing is if, let's say it was just a bad day they give a 1 star and you respond and you say, I am so sorry. We were never going to have Craig Mattis come again. We promise you, whatever it is. And they'll be like, okay, I feel a little bit better about it. They can change their Google score. So they can change the rating. Whereas if you didn't claim it, you got nothing.
So if somebody gives only a 1 star, how do you address that? You see their name or?
Yeah, you wouldn't receive any, you would just, if you've claimed it,
Yeah.
you'll receive an email notification.
Oh.
If you haven't claimed it, you won't even know.
Oh.
You wouldn't even know. You'd have to just go on your Google business page over and over again to see, what's the score, what's the score at, So, even if you just left it there, just claimed it and then walked away, that would be better than nothing. But you can put there's things you can add on there just information like the restaurant. So you can add worship times when the church office is open, blah, blah, blah. But also even add posts. So I'm going to go back to the one that we did for Cross. I'm going back to my notepad again, go back to it all, back and forth with it all day. I'm going to copy this text. Now, the one difference with Google Business is the use of hashtags is meaningless. It doesn't work at all. So I'm only grabbing content from the post and not the hashtags that are there. So I'm kind of Control C, copying the text, and then I go tab here. I go to here's Cross. These are all the churches that I'm one of the Google Business Managers for all these churches. But I'm gonna here's a place right here, create post, just like you do on Facebook or Instagram. Again, minus the hashtags. You select your photo. Oh, now this is something that it doesn't. The image that I used before was a different type of graphic. It was a WED something or other. When you get a weird graphic that a thing like this doesn't pick up, that's where sometimes I'll go into Canva. I know these are all these little steps. I'm going into Canva, creating a graphic that Google Business is not working with it right now. It was a 16:9 size. I'm going to upload. There's multiple uses for Canva. And Canva does recognize all these different types of lots of different type of graphics with different extensions and stuff at the end of the name. So I'm gonna upload that Canva, plop it here. I'm gonna call it up here outdoor worship. Now I'm gonna download it. Gee. Oh. So back to Google Business. Okay, now I'm going to select photo. Now I'm able to have this PNG version or a JPEG works too. Pop that in there. Okay, there we go. You can also like recrop it, and you can kind of put any size really in there. And then I'll go and here's the place where you put the content. Just doing a Control V to paste the text in there. You can add buttons. I really don't use this too much for Google Business. And then just post. And then you can see, let's just call up like this Church Cross. So if people look this up on Google Business, if they looked up Cross, scroll down, you'll see here from the owner, when I click right there, you'll see, go down, you'll see all previous posts. And people are really looking at this, just like they would be, maybe it's not the amount of number of reach that you get with Facebook and Instagram, but they are. And I give an example. So I was working with a church in St. Louis, and my wife and I were driving to St. Louis at the time to go visit this church. And they, over the summer, they put on free concerts. And my wife was driving, I was on my phone. They were probably taking turns. And the weather was a little sketchy. It looked like it was gonna be a little sketchy that night. It was gonna be an outdoor concert. And all of a sudden I look on the phone, I get a notification, a message sent through Google Business asking, is this concert still happening? What's the plans? So it wasn't through Facebook, it wasn't through Instagram, it was coming through that. So again, it's just another place that you can put that you can just do posts.
That's under add update, you say? Is where you did that? Or how did you add that?
I did when I was in when you
go to your business.
Yeah, you go to this business profile manager, and then it's right here. Great post. Yeah. So, but like I said, if you only claim the business, that would be just, again, for those negative, because that's what we're judging. I mean, sadly, right? Maybe. I mean, we're judging things that we go to. I mean, I do by reviews from people, probably higher than anything else. And so if you saw some place, if you saw some church with a bunch of low reviews, if that was the case, you probably wouldn't go there. Probably would go to someplace else. So, and it's a ministering opportunity too. Like I know there was something with one church that a person, had something rough that they posted, and then I think I saw it and notified the pastor, and he shared some words that we could share, and it sounded like ultimately it was becoming like a ministering thing, And hey, please call me. Here's my phone number. Like there was like really wanted to reach out to this person who was a little disgruntled. That sounded like that was and it was someone in the community. So what a way to be Christ, even through something like that. So any questions on that? Have you guys all looked on your phone to see if like your organization has how many businesses do we need to claim so far?
Can somebody else claim your business?
They could like they could go through the process as far as they could, but then the code's going to be called to the church.
Okay.
So they'd have to intercept.
Gotcha.
And the reason I didn't want to go any further because one of the churches, I went kind of far, but not really. And they're still like on my here. I'll just pick it was Hales Corner. It's one of the biggest LCMS churches in Wisconsin. And I went so far. I think this is the workshop I did in Minnesota in January, just to show them, okay, not knowing, and but it wasn't totally here is verification required. It didn't fully get complete. But Google Business Manager still kind of has them listed under my things, even though I really can't do anything. So, yeah.
Can you, like, what happens if you hit the little squares?
Yeah, I know. I tried doing some things one time. And let's see. I was scared. I was like, here, remove business, permanently closed term. So I'm like, I haven't. Maybe discard, but I'm just scared. I don't want to mess anything up with them. So I'm just leaving it. And that's why I stopped with the Iowa West. I'm like, no, okay, that's as far as I'm going to go. I don't want to.
So is it email messages you get about?
Yeah, email messages. Yeah. And you can get it set up like, so you can add users. So maybe half, like I've set it up probably for half of my churches. And I think so for half of them, I'm the only one getting the notifications. For others, the pastor or the admin, they're like a user, so they're getting emails too.
So how can you find out what email those go to?
Well, it's part of the verification process.
Yes, but I mean, if it's already been claimed.
If it's already been claimed, then you go in, let's say, let's pick, I don't do this often
Maybe
enough.
send a test email?
Yeah, no, I think you can just see, let's see. There's a place, I would maybe. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I click on these three dots, business profile settings, people and access. So yeah, so for this across, it's the pastor, Eric Gauss, and me are the ones who are getting email.
So you have to be able to log into it.
Yeah, you have to be a user to see who the other users are.
Because like for ours, I have no idea who the user is.
Yeah, was it claimed?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, we have all new pastors and
I've been there longer than any of them.
Right. Yeah,
And who lives it? Yeah.
that could be something you send you could do a test, maybe send a 5-star review, you know,
Yeah.
and write some words, see who gets it.
Yeah.
That could definitely, that's a great idea. That's a way to test it. And then email everybody, did anyone get something for
Text
this?
message testing.
Yeah.
If you get this, please contact.
Yeah.
you.
It is, I mean,
It's probably not anybody that's still at our church.
Right.
sometimes that stuff gets hard and that's stuff, you know, when there's changing, it's always good to update all of those things, because I've gotten it multiple times.
And so.
Where you can't, like the Facebook thing, like the admin,
Yeah.
the person left and maybe it didn't go something, they left and it wasn't good. And they don't even want to help you with that. And so you're kind of, it's kind of a mess. Or one of my churches, they had like a person doing social media and I don't know what happened. Something with the relationship pastor, this person went awry. And I was able to connect with, I can post to the account through Meta Business Suite, but I can't log myself into the Instagram account. And the pastor's like, yeah, we're going to create a brand new Instagram. No, let's get into it. So, but yeah, if there's ever any changing of the guard with that stuff, you got to be on top of that too. If someone's let go or they're retiring, whatever it is, make sure if there are any social media thing that who's ever left is in control of it.
Well, hopefully at your church somewhere you have a book,
Yeah, and keeping a
where
book
you
up.
have logins and passwords, and so somebody
Yeah,
can get into it.
for sure. Yeah. And it gets so tedious, you know, it is the really tedious thing, but it is part, because when you hit a wall, it's not good. It becomes a big thing. So you don't want that stuff. Yeah, any other questions on? So, but if you're doing it, but it's something to like, you gotta do, there's with like other types of verification things like we were talking about earlier with Instagram, maybe during the break, you only have like a 10-minute something window. So you can like, so when I brought on new accounts, because I'm calling from my home, so I'll, call the church office. Okay, are you going to be at your phone for the next 10 minutes? Yes. Okay, well, let's do this right now so that we can get it all done. But if it's you doing it yourself and you're in the church office, it's really simple. But yeah, again, very basic, just plain. So, yeah. Any questions then? Okay. So I'm going to walk you through a couple different types of reels, and let me even show you. I know we had some questions. What are reels, or what are they doing? Let's pick up. And I'm going to show you some of the ones that I use the most. So not, I don't know, it's like, I think maybe it's grown like now all of my churches, been creating under 1 minute reels of sermon excerpts, like a highlight from the sermon. So, Jonathan and others, as pastors, you could be as modest, as humble servants of Christ as you want to be, which is totally, that's so cool. But ultimately, so many people, when they're going to pick you as a church, they're going to choose your church. The biggest reason it's the pastor. That is, do I connect with the pastor? Is he, is there a kind of chemistry? Do I feel he's the shepherd, the person who's going to lead me, help me grow in faith? Yeah, that's just, it's just what it is. It's the truth. So, so in light of that, and in light of people's probably short attention spans, and we just everything's got to be quick. I've been creating, a few years ago now, all my churches creating these little, I call sermon excerpts, and I'll show you an example. So I'm on. This is Facebook page. See real from here. Oh. It's creating a rant. I usually do this kind of a little bit from my phone more. Wait, let me go here. There we go. Okay. I can even scroll down. I'm just kind of going through my. Oh, let's go. Okay, great. Here's one from Pastor Eric.
God is constantly refining and leading us because our behavior is not about being saved. That's already happened in Christ Jesus. Our behavior is modified so the world may know Jesus through us. So as I wrap up here, I want to encourage you this one thing. Pastor Matt and I have never been simply about getting you guys to hear our voice and do what we say. Our effort is always about helping you to hear God's voice better and to let him lead you where he needs you to be. Because the world desperately needs the church to be present, to shine the light of hope, and to bring the gospel. To do that, we simply need to receive it ourselves first. God is constantly refining and leading us.
And as you can see on some of these, you had 183 views here, 250 here. There's some that you don't know how it works, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 views. It gets really crazy. And when one of those we were talking earlier about become a little viral, man, you get all these tons of likes and an opportunity, I was talking about that low hanging fruit to invite people to like the page.
Probably going to explain this. So you obviously, are you manually choosing the clip?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would love, if people just don't have time, I would love if the pastor said, hey, Craig, this was my, if I picked anything from, could you go to minute 3 or whatever?
So you're receiving so tell me how.
The whole process.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so the whole process would be like, I go to YouTube here. And we'll walk through this. So I'm usually gathering. So like these are all the churches that I've got are all live streaming. And for the most part, they're on YouTube. I have some of them on Facebook. There's a way to download those too. Or let's say subscription. I was doing Cross. Here's Cross. Okay. So like on Monday or something like that. I have my 19-year-old who's on my team. He does this for me for the most part. He doesn't anymore. So he's been doing sometimes I'm really impressed. Like, oh, that is a good excerpt. I'm like, he's doing a really nice job of picking them out. But I'll find, the full service. And so let's say I'll click on this. Then I will download it onto my desktop.
Download from YouTube.
I will show you. So I'm just I'm just copy and pasting this URL. Now this is a website that is not, that I don't have on my sheet. You can write if you want to write it down. So en.y2mate.so/1/.
Can you read that out? Well, it's Y2mate.
Sure. en.y2 and then mate.so/1/ and another slash.
//
What's that? // Okay. So the only warning about this So it's okay. I think I'm happy to share this in person, better than not having it on paper. You gotta watch for like spam, kind of stuff. Okay, so I'm on this and let's say I paste this into this little window. Then you've got choices of different size qualities. So, there's a 720 high def video. I click convert. So then I'm gonna click download. Now I'm gonna click download. Then immediately there was another window opening up with some ad. I close it immediately. I do that because there's some you don't know what you're gonna get. Close it off. Right. I do that every time. And then I'll hit. It already started to see up in the upper right hand corner. I don't know if you can see that. It's starting to turn. It's downloading the video.
Will this work for Facebook too, or?
Facebook's a little different. I'll show you for Facebook. Dundee. This is where I pick it up for them. For Facebook, I had to add a extension. I'll show you. Scroll down to find where's the circle. Sunday. Oh, this is a Sunday morning worship, so I'm kind of I should just kind of mute that. I expand it out and then I go see this little notes here. I don't know what that puzzle piece. It's extensions, okay? I click on that. I go to so the extension I added. You do that through. It was the video downloader plus is in all caps. So I select that, and then this little window comes up, and then I select download. I'm going to walk you through this because there's a couple steps. I click download, analyzing the video. This window comes up. You go, then these, you can click this. I'll just click that. Download your video. It should start. Take a second. Oh, there's another step. Wasn't as easy as that. Then you go to these three dots, click download. And then also there should be like, see two things. Downloading up here. One download in progress. Might take a load. There it goes. Now there's two. Okay. So that's how I do it from Facebook. Yeah. So that's the download piece. That's the download piece, right? There you go. And then we're talking about clip. This is where a lot of what I've talked about today will all coalesce, and you see how all these different little pieces kind of can work together. It is crazy. So now, if you recall me talking about Flipchamp, so I'm going to go into Flipchamp, the free video editing program. So that is loving. I'm recording this, right? You're going to pass this on to everybody? Because that would help. That'd be really helpful. Because there's so many.
It's only $9.99.
So many. That's right.
We get a t-shirt.
How much do I get out of that?
Yeah, t-shirt.
So now I'm going create a new video. No, but it's helpful to be on video because to write all these steps down. So much. That's why I have not done that. So okay, now I'm in here. Then I'm going to go to import video. I know, well, I'm still waiting for these to be done. It'll just take.
That Y2.
Oh, that program? Yeah. en.y, the number 2, matb.so. So it's a backslash or forward slash?
Forward slash.
/1
I mean,
/
backsplash is going the other way.
Okay.
Sometimes you use backslash. But
This is backslash?
the one to the right is a forward slash.
That's /. Okay.
Yeah.
But again, it's a caution. There are other programs too. Another one that I've used.
Usually this from your laptop or from a phone even.
I've been doing all of this from my laptop.
Looks like it'd be easier on a laptop.
Yeah, I find it easier. There's a couple others, online video downloader. But I guess I found the most success with this one, with the caution.
That's why it's free, because they're gonna pop up.
That's right.
So these churches that are posting their sermons on YouTube,
Yeah.
they're just like filming it and then upload it.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you recommend that or Facebook live stream or what? Do you
Either,
think?
both. I would do both.
Do both?
Yeah, if you can. A lot of those, I do really nothing with AV and I've done nothing with live stream. What I thought I picked up is that whatever device does it, it's set it out to both. So, so that video from, it's either one. I guess I'll pick up manuals. The new one I download from Facebook, so they're right there in my download folder. I'll just pick that. And it doesn't take a few seconds. On my way here, I got an hour outside of my home. I had to work on this little video project for Redeeming Life for this event that they had today. I created this little video that they were looping for this event. And at Starved Rock Lodge, State Park in Manila, I was doing good downloading things, but then uploading, it was going to take hours. It was just the uploads and so slow. It's not good.
So what you
do a fourth.
Yeah.
After being there for 2 hours.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
So I'm just curious. I mean, we used to do the videos, but we don't anymore. Now we just do an audio file that we post to our website every week.
Okay.
An audio of the whole service.
Okay.
I suppose you could put a static picture and run an audio clip under it. Maybe. I don't.
Maybe.
I'm trying to think what else I could use for something like that. I mean, I like what you showed there, but if you don't have the video, that's obviously not an option.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of another way I could do it.
I don't know if you need anything with
This is audio. I mean, just a graphic with the video.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess if I were to have a graphic, just an audio of a sermon, I would make a graphic that was thematic with the sermon.
And you could really do an animated graphic with the words popping up like you did it, maybe.
You could, but I don't know how that would, if you're having that like on your website or something.
I'm thinking if you did a reel, like on Facebook.
Oh,
or
yeah, you could. Yeah, you could.
To do like a.
Yeah, you could. Yep. Yeah, you could do that.
Instead of the.
Yeah, in fact.
Pastor standing there, you could just.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, I can give you an example, just quick of that. This could be something. We'll go.
If I don't have the video, but I could create a graphic. That
Yeah.
With the audio.
I did made with the same lines. I was making reels of I'll do this really quick and get back.
Probably trying to do two things at once.
And I think that was part of the problem. I was at the start of the last too.
Does Canva do video and reels also?
I could create all of mine. Ultimately, the finished product is coming out of Canva. But I'm also, as you'll see, I'm using Instagram captions. So I'm going, you'll see, we'll walk through the whole thing. So here is an example of
Almost gave up on Canva because I didn't have the pro version and I thought, well, this isn't really gonna.
Oh,
very much, but
You
I'm
can
gonna have
edit
to give it another chance.
So here is maybe I'll show it to you and break.
That's fine, sure.
Oh, okay, now it's coming. See, so here is where they'll make it bigger. So I got a graphic, right? The map just starts spinning. So I got just a standard graphic, but just to have something visual to look at. This is all in Canva. They had like this audio thing. So I'm just like, let me just pop that in just to give some look to it. So you could even that could work, grabbing this out of Canva and then putting a graphic of the sermon theme, that could totally, and then the audio.
And so for reels, are they like stories? They disappear. Like
Yes, real estate.
So it sounds like a lot. If I make one, it sounds like a lot of work. I don't. It's not just like 24 hours in it. Does it stay?
Like
relevant?
the reels stay.
The reels.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the stories go.
Yeah, the stories.
Okay, so now we've got this. This is the full service. So I put this down here. Again, like I was saying earlier, you had any familiarity with Adobe Premiere, it's really similar. I'll kind of like expand. And then so it all depends. Some of the churches I've got, they want me to take the full sermon as a separate thing and then upload that to YouTube as one of the channels, one of the features on YouTube. That's something like people, maybe some want to see the whole service, some like, really, I just want to watch the sermon. So it gives them that option. But I only do that for my churches. But so for this particular church, I don't do that for. So I just go, I kind of just peek around, and this is Bill Yonker, awesome guy. And I'll just, I won't go through this whole process. I'll just kind of do a shorthand version and show you what the end product looks like. I had it on there. Playing in the background there. What that was all there was multiple tabs playing. So now it's just this. So I'll just go, I'll go to I'll find the sermon, like this looks like a sermon, and once I find that little clip, you can let's say this is the starting point. I'm not I would clip this, okay, and let's say it would go, for a minute, and I like that. The rest of that, I would select this, hit this little scissors, and then you can click this. I up-click it, and I right-click it to delete it. Do the same with this. I would drag this little minute clip excerpt, whatever it is, all the way to the left. I give it a title, Bill excerpt. And then I would export it into a 10. I just give the highest HDMI resolution to the 1080, and then let it process. It doesn't take too long. But we don't even need to finish. I just let that roll. So then, this is what my son does for me all day. So let's say that was already done. So I'm in Canva here. I go create a design, Instagram story. So the Instagram story, there's also a thing for reels. It's if you want to pick this portrait version, it's 9 by 16, about 16 by 9. This portrait dimensions like this. Then I'm going to upload that file that I just exported, not that particular one, but I'm just going to pick one from old. Yeah, that's the big one. This is what I did from a couple weeks ago. And So so I exported video out of Clipchamp. Now I'm in Canva and I'm uploading it into Canva.
Works out of Clipchamp, where are you saving it? It's just on your download.
Just in my downloads, yeah. The nice thing about Clipchamp's free service, it's saving all of your, let's just stop this because it doesn't. Gonna go to home, yeah, cancel export. And you just scroll down and you'll see all your past. It's really nice. It's really nice. And I've needed sometimes to go, multi-purpose something. You go to something that let me reuse that for whatever. But okay.
Question there. So
Yeah.
you grab like the highest resolution, well, not the 4K, but the 1080.
Yeah, the 1080.
And we're also saying that this is usually watched on people's phone. And high definition was designed so that when you have a huge screen, it still looks clear.
Yeah.
My instinct would have been, if this is something that everybody's watching in a little window in a little phone, I would have picked the lowest resolution of 480. That's
I don't know. Like maybe I would be okay with that. That's a possibility.
and then everything's faster and
maybe I'm not noticing, like once the final product's done, it's all quick. So I hear what you're saying. Like you think it would be slower. Yeah, right. I haven't tested that, so I have just kind of tried to go as high as I can. I can just say that the end product, when you're on the phone and you're going through the video, it's quick.
Screen and isn't playing it back in that resolution.
That's what I wondered if it converts it. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah.
Probably reducing it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually, if this is taking too long, I'm just gonna go find another video that I've uploaded.
When you're using Premiere and you're processing 1080 versus 480, there's a big difference, but we're just doing a little flip.
Yeah, it's just, So here's the different, I'll still pick Bill, but from like a couple weeks ago. So this is one that I already downloaded because that was the. So I get it in here.
Welcome home, live
And then,
in the house of.
I will, before I do anything, my next step is actually, I'm gonna be using Canva on my phone and then I'll be using Instagram. But before I do any of that, I'm making sure that what I'm seeing on the video, that the pastor is staying kind of in this left the right frame like here. Because you can move, you can shift things over left and right. Okay. So sometimes I will be doing that depending on,
Different pastors move a lot.
They do.
Some pastors stand almost.
And some mix it up. Some I don't know, I'm picking on Aaron Shellas, him from Moqueta. And sometimes he's just sitting right here, and sometimes he's going over here, and he's going over there. And then I've got in that Clipchamp program, I have to cut and slice it up and move him left and right so that he's always in there. It becomes a little bit more complicated. So pastors, I invite you to stay in place. For the people on my end to make it easier for me. I'm just kidding.
Especially when you're making your point.
Yeah, right. I'm just kidding. It's a
Chancel Cransy.
What's that?
They call that chancel Cransy.
Chancel. That's fun. But let's assume this is fine. I don't play around with it anymore. I'm going to call this Bill Test Excerpt. Okay. So, all right. I thought everything was good. It sounded good. I like this clip. Now I go grab my phone. And I'm probably going to be coming close to you guys to show everyone where you're going to come close. So I go to Canva. I download the Canva app on my phone. And immediately, what I just made appears on the phone. It's so great. And there are, I don't really have a camera to see it, but there's three little dots. This is the video we just made for that particular video. I'm gonna click download. MP4 video to download. So it's now downloading what we just put together on my phone. Doesn't it?
So question, if I'm just thinking, we don't have a live stream, Pastor just does audio clip, but
Okay.
could I like, if I was just standing there with my phone, could I just record a couple minutes on my phone? Would that skip all of
It
the
would skip.
shit clamp it? Whatever, and you could just
It would-
upload it right
it would skip.
that from the
Yeah,
phone right
yeah,
to.
that would skip some
Uh-uh.
steps. Yep.
If I'm there.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna
It would.
say that clip that you wanted to grab.
It would.
Yeah, I'd have to record the whole, well, then you could edit it on your phone too, I feel like, just in the.
You can,
Maybe.
yeah.
You can do that, but the big thing will be the quality.
Okay.
Because normally, like, when you've got churches live streaming, they've got like a media team with really nice cameras and.
Yeah.
You're just doing it on your phone, it's not gonna be like as good, but.
But it won't be bad. It just depends on where you are. If you're up close, you'd be surprised how much like these phones are.
It kind of makes sense on what you're going for.
Yeah, yeah.
How do you give it up?
Independent with sound.
You might want a tripod, because
Yeah.
otherwise it's gonna do this.
So I got the video is now downloaded to my phone, to my device. Then I go to Instagram. Okay. And I'm just gonna pick, so I'll just pick myself. And there is there's a little plus sign in the upper left-hand corner, upper right-hand corner. We can see that. Even in the back row, you see a plus sign. Okay. Well, it's an opportunity to add something onto Instagram. One of the choices is reel. Okay. So you choose reel. Okay. And then it's picking up from your phone different videos and graphics and whatnot. And I'm going to pick up right in because it's just picking from like the downloads on my phone. There is the video that we had downloaded. I'm picking that up. There we got him on my phone. And then there are at the top of the phone, there are three choices. There's a little music bar, a couple letters, and then like a smiley face. It's like a sticker. You click on the third thing. Whoops. And then you've got all these different things you can do with it's real. One of the choices is captions. You click captions. Now this is something AI is doing, right? It's transcribing this clip with words. But one thing is, the way I'm doing it, you can only do it as much as 90 seconds. If it goes beyond 90 seconds, you can't get the captions. So now now I'm getting text. Now, one thing to do is I will watch the whole. It's usually really good, but sometimes they'll get a word mixed up, and I'll let you guys figure that on your own. But there's a way like you can select it, and then if one of these words was misspelled, you can click it, change it, whatever it would be, and then you hit done, and then hit done again. And if you're like, oh, all the words are good. There's then different varieties and ways you can put the captions on the video. I like like I showed you of Pastor Eric up there. I like the big letters, just to grab people's attention the most. And that's the automatic. It's like just default. So there's the words. Then I will grab with my finger. I will bring this down, and all of a sudden it'll stop where. Like sort of like the purple rules on Canva, like don't go beyond those borders.
The margin.
Yeah, the margin. Same thing on this. They'll tell you how far you can go down with that caption. And when you're like, okay, that's in the right spot, or whatever, then you'll go in the upper right-hand corner and there's a download button. So now this video with the caption is downloading onto my phone. I'm letting it process. One second.
Have lots of free space on your phone.
You got, and I will, yeah, and it goes pretty far, but I'll go a couple months and then, man, because I got a dozen churches, so then I'll delete. So then I'm gonna close, because I'm not, right now, I was just playing, just to add these captions, I was just, you could say playing on my personal account, but I'm gonna delete it because I'm not posting anything yet. I'm just deleting it, start over, I'm just getting out of Instagram now. Now on my phone, I'm going back into Canva, pulling up that thing, and then I'm gonna delete the original video that I put up there. And then yeah, there's a little trash can. Then there's the opportunity at the bottom here to do uploads. I'm gonna upload the new one. Go to upload. It's gonna find it. It's right there on the very top. Takes a little bit to upload. Then you'll see. Then I'll put it back in. And you're watching. It's amazing how. So in a second, we'll let this go.
You're uploading to Canva again?
I'm uploading to Canva again, and then shortly, yeah, it's still something. Just give me a second.
You're just using Instagram for the
Just for the caption.
Yeah.
Flipchamp, and I just for the first time, I made this video for this Redeeming Life Ministry, and they wanted a video where they had captions, and it worked. It was really nice. I haven't played around with it. I didn't see if it had these other types of features. I like these big letters. But maybe it has.
It will do something.
Flipchamps will do captions. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Canva does not yet.
Not that I know of. Yeah, not that I know of yet, but maybe I've missed that. Maybe if someone finds that out, let me know. Maybe we'll fix it.
That would save you some more.
Yeah, it would. Well, and if it did it attractive
right
way, yeah.
Can you change the fonts? I mean, of the captions, if you say you have an audience and they say, I really don't like the changes, some really big letters and some not.
I don't think you can change the colors. You can change, let's say when it's that big type, you can change the colors. You can change the background. You can change it to a different format where it kind of just is like a sentence and it kind of keeps changing. It kind of almost rotates and changes with new things. I haven't seen if I can change the font. It's a possibility, but I haven't looked.
So you can have it big like what you showed, or you can just have it running across.
Yeah. You can. There's a couple different other ways to do it. Yeah, but just as far as eye catching, and a big reason for the captions too, is that I've read this from articles as well. Let's say you're on your phone and you're in a place where you can't listen to it. You can have it on silent and read it. So that is then increasing your audience. You've got your audience that can watch it and listen to it fully. Now you've got an audience who can watch it and read it, still pick it up. So that's really the big. That's the big reason. What's that?
And/or if you have anybody that is
okay.
Hearing issues.
Yeah, there you go, for sure. Absolutely.
Speaking from experience.
Okay, yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. So then, there we go. So there, all of a sudden. So now this appears. So then I'm going to go to download this. While it's downloading, I'm going to go to my notepad. I'm going to find manual list.
Why couldn't you just share straight from Instagram?
I'll show you what I could. The I'll show you why. I could totally do that. The method is just something that I've done personally is inviting people to watch the whole video. So as you see from here, like this would be the content that would be in the post. So they would see the video and then saying, oh, this is an excerpt from that such and such weekend sermon. And then, hey, watch, and this is an invitation. You're driving them. You can watch the entirety of Bill's sermon at that link. So that's really the reason. Yeah. And then, hey, join us for worship. And here's the worship time. And here's the hashtag. So that's kind of, but you could, and it would be fine. This just is a little bit
Complicated.
Yeah, complicated, I suppose, but it's a little bit more driving to let people, so if they saw that, oh, I like this pastor, and if they did see, oh, there's some content to read, oh, okay, this is where I could watch the whole service and see if I even like the worship style or whatever, and if when do they worship, so that's really the kind of meaning, the reason behind that. And then downloaded, pick find publish this, but so we're on Meta. I'm gonna go create reel. This is a good opportunity to show you. I'm gonna be posting this step for if I'm using hashtags for reel, then I'm actually going to post once for Instagram and then go back and do it again for Facebook. Being in reels this way. So I'm going to first pick up for Instagram. I'm going to add the video.
The reason you don't do them both at the same time?
Yeah, because two things. For the hashtags and for the link, or like that link we showed before, I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
Welcome home. So that's kind of uploading right now. And then I'm going to copy and paste. And this is where, because this is going to go on Instagram and the link won't work if they're hitting it, so I'm going to change the link here, the link in bio. That's where if they would watch this video and they have the interest in watching the whole sermon, then I'm directing them to the link in bio where there is then a button, your link tree, to go watch the whole service. Then you kind of scroll down, and then they give you thumbnails to pick from. I've been just picking, I felt some of these look weird because they're like choppy sentences. So I just pick one that, it's usually the first one. I pick the first one that has no words in it, just so it doesn't look weird. If I found one, if 20 of these, I felt like, well, that was a cool self-encapsulated sentence, then maybe I would pick one. But Grace, yeah. So I usually am just picking one that doesn't have any ground. Then you got to wait a little bit.
Can I ask, is that just like a formatting thing that you should, you do the 3 bullets before you put the hashtags?
Yeah, it's just kind of a formatting thing. Like you can do whatever you want. Some people don't. The girl who trained me is Amanda. She felt just to kind of just separated it because the hashtags really, they're almost invisible, because the hashtags are more for people who are searching out that hashtag. Then your thing just shows up. No one really needs to see the hashtag, so you kind of vary. Yeah. But not everyone does. that's totally your choice. Just waiting. So again,
Two things.
Yeah.
So going back to the beginning, sometimes you've got this video that's being taken, but the thing was brought up about just shooting something with your phone, and whether it's for church or for something personal, you're not walking around with a tripod all the time. But that jiggling at your hand, you don't hold something steady.
Yeah.
Is very apparent when somebody's watching it on playback.
Yeah, right.
But you can put your hand on a table.
Yeah, you can keep it
With
still.
your hand. And so that whole birthday party and blowing out the candles, you can turn anything that's steady.
Yeah,
into,
Yeah,
Back
totally.
here,
Totally, yeah.
Then you've been focusing a lot about stuff with sermons, but especially at the church that I was at before, we'd make little video clips about VBS, about some kind of,
Yeah.
retreat thing.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't have to always be
Oh, not at all. This is just kind of walking through what, if again, we're one of the big reasons of doing social media is certainly informing your current church members who are kind of living in that space. But if the big goal is we want to reach more and more people, the pastors are that huge reason why they're choosing that place. So that's where I make this as a point each week for churches. But I'm making videos of all different types of things. Yeah, and I'll grab things. Let's say for BBS, I'll find things on YouTube. Say from one of the Concordia Publishing House, VBS things, and they're making a lot of stuff, and I can download that video and work something in to create a reel from that too. So I'm definitely using other things. I'm just using this as one example, one that's one. Then you can go. There's an opportunity to add audio to it, and I read a bit about it in the sheets. I'm not going to do that for this right now because I won't get an audio. And then you choose scheduling options, and you choose when you want it to do. I have found, the question comes up about what's the good time to post. Let's say specifically post reels, and it's kind of all over the place. And some people will say the best time, especially on Instagram, if you do videos between 9 and noon, that's a good time. I have kind of found 7 a.m. Central Standard Time, and 8, 9 p.m. in the night being times where I've got the biggest amounts of views. I've been kind of so busy, especially with my move and stuff, but my personal account, I would create these little Bible verse reels and put it out there. And man, I would do it 7 or a little bit before 7, and within 10 minutes, I have 100 views and 50 likes. It's so crazy. But if I go a little beyond that 7 a.m., if I go to 7:30 or 8, not as much. So it's just so weird. So you kind of got to play around. You got to play around. Your audience may be different for your congregation, your community. So I had ones with one church 3 weeks in a row. I was putting it at 8 or 9 p.m. on a Monday, and it was getting thousands of views and all these likes. And then in 4 weeks, it wasn't the same. What is that? So there is no. I've got a niece who does social media, and she had said something. Sometimes it's not an exact science. It's just throwing darts at a dartboard. Try your best to get to that target, but it's not like I can say, if you do this, I assure you, you will get this number or quantity of your views. It's something you just you don't know. Or on some of these reels that I make, particularly, again, with the dozen congregations, some will be a total dud, and for another one, gigantic. You just don't know. So you got to just kind of keep playing around.
I think sometimes Facebook or whoever, they're manipulating the algorithms too.
Yeah.
What might work one time,
great.
they might be manipulating it in a way that boosting it or downgrading it.
Right. It could be. Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's strange. So that is, so that's just kind of that example on doing these, like, again, I call it kind of sermon recaps. And then the other, oh, that one. And so another thing that I just going to show you, we're creating a reel. So like Bible verses really do, I get some nice action with Bible verses, a lot of likes, a lot of engagements. And I'll walk you through it. It's not really hard, and you'll see, you get an opportunity to see all that Canva really has to offer. So who's got a favorite Bible? Give me a favorite Bible verse.
I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
Okay.
Philippians 4:13.
Okay. So now I'm going to use a template that I kind of already have packaged, for my Bible verses. I'll show you. Really simple. Look. I don't know what my newest count was. So I've been doing this for 3 years. It might have been like a year ago. I got like a notice from Canva, like, you've created 5,000 graphics. Okay. So here's one. So this is a trick too. So like if there's something you would like, maybe a Bible verse is something you would regularly maybe put out, it's great. It encourages people. It shares the good God's word out to those outside our community. So let's say, I'm going to repurpose something I already use. So I called this one up that I made from Luke 145. I'm going to go to File and make a copy. All right, it's full. All right, so what is Philippians
4:13.
All things through Christ who gives me strength.
And for the original of this, is it on Canva? Is it under Facebook video, or what category did you find that? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I was in my
Did you
Canva
make-
account.
and then, but then like where in the categories? Like how?
Or is that one you made?
Just-
Oh, so here's just home. I don't even have,
It's not like a certain video section that you,
no, I haven't made any categories.
Okay.
Just kind of like all designs are all.
if it was under like that video,
No,
like.
no, just here's my home. I just scrolled down at recent designs.
But like to start a brand new one, you.
Oh, to start a
put
brand new
background, or like how do you start a brand? new
Yeah, search, start a brand new one.
Did you
go
go to
go
template?
up here, create a design.
Mhm.
And then let's say to get that portrait size, that would be story. And then, and then there you would just like,
Okay.
hey, let's.
I just didn't know if there was a certain section, make video.
Sure, and we'll do a little back and forth here. Or let's go back to this. We'll go back to this. All right, so Philippians, okay, so then we go. I'll make this bigger so you can see this a little bit. Oh, better. Expand out. I was using a program before I was doing Canva that didn't have like those rules and how everything could be centered. I mean, it's just so nice. up a little bit and I like everything centered. That center, there we go. You can take your mouse and kind of select both graphics. You could group them and then move them around, make sure they're center within that portrait image. So when you think of that verse, what's the imagery that you think of? I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. What's an image that you picture?
I've seen it on a poster with a rock climber.
Rock climber, okay. Rock climbing. You have 50 million rock climbing videos. It's incredible. So like, let's grab this guy over. That's pretty impressive, right? So we're gonna drag him over. This is why you need Pro. What, right? So we could keep, like, I usually do things center, but like let's say this image, maybe I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna ungroup it quick. Maybe I'm gonna justify it left and even drag this to make it a little more narrow. I'm gonna move this over. Select this again. I'm gonna go as far left as I can before that little rule margin thing. And we'll just play. Let's see how this is looking so far. Well, thanks your currency business strength. And that's kind of neat. And then, like, let's not stop there. Let's get some music up from before. So I go to audio. And I do like, inspiring. Instrumental inspired. And then I'll just listen to some of these. Till I got one that what's something like a strong
Open glory.
Are all these royalty free too? So like.
Yep. If you have Pro, yep. You can use all. I want something like let's just
Majestic.
exactly. Dramatic, yeah. Let's say dramatic. Dramatic, yeah. And maybe we'll just pick one. It's a little dark. Well, I'm just gonna pick. Yeah, but there's so many choices. Just say I just picked that one. I love it, but you can modify this by in the audio here. You can right click and you go to audio effects. You can have it. I like right now it would play. I think it was a minute clip. That video of the guy climbing is just 22.2 seconds. Okay, so if I have it now, the audio is just going to end hard. Okay, if it went for that 22 seconds because the audio is longer than the video. So you can do a fade out. So maybe I'll let it fade out for 4 seconds. Then now let's see where we're at here. Dear. Okay. So you can do that. And then another thing that I'll do sometimes, you can animate the text. So you can make it go like a typewriter. I'm gonna try to make that bigger. Make the type kind of go like a typewriter and read. You can do the shift section. You can do called merge, and it's kind of coming from side to side. I kind of like burst. Oops. Like it's shooting out like that a little bit. You could pick any one of those just to give more visual eye candy. Fluff, we're using fluff earlier. It's fluff. It is. Let's be honest. It's fluff. It's fine. Whatever that. I know the merging. I'm kind of like claiming. And then you can change the speeds maybe on that. Oh, intensity. Some of them have speeds, but so now here's the latest. So let's say we go with that. Then you download it, and then that's a reel that I would use no hashtags, like have nothing, because it's just kind of encapsulated, right? And the nice thing, I mean, they kind of when you're posting. In some ways, for real, it is nice when there's nothing, that there's no words below there. So just that people can just see it as it is. But then the only disadvantage is it's not making there's no text talking about your church. But if they really like it, sometimes I'll have ones like this that will go a bit viral and people are liking it, and then I can invite them.
Really? Would you add like a church logo to that or no?
You could, there's a church in that I do work for in Good Shepherd in Frankfurt. They're doing a really cool thing. They're doing so listen to this, pastors, an entire year series. So they're 50. It's called 50 in 24. And so not every week, but 50 of the weeks of the year, they're trying to invite the congregation to memorize 50 verses over the course of the year. And so we came up with a graphic for them. And so in that one, I'm using, trying to make this look I added a graphic. It could be the church logo. Or the graphics or whatever.
Connect it to your.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I do make sure, thinking similarly with when I talked about Instagram and the square, okay? Because you will see when you post this, it'll appear in, like if you're on Instagram, you'll see it in two places. You'll see it as part of the squares of all your posts, and you'll see it in the reels. In reels, you'll see it in the portrait style. But on the Instagram, for the regular post, it'll just appear in that square. So I make sure this top portion is above the square. Like and I'll even sometimes do this, I'll add like, oh gosh, I want to make sure I don't want to see that part on the, if I was on Instagram. So I'll even take one of these squares from the shapes, kind of like put it in a corner, stretch it out until it should be 1080 by 1080. But I'll just kind of bring it up. Okay, then so that's middle part. This is what would be seen your Instagram wall of squares. And so I was making sure that this part above was above that.
But you'd probably want to hashtag that would you hashtag 50?
This one I'm sharing what it's about. And I have some hashtags saying, hey, this is a part of our all year sermon series, giving information about it. So for this one, it's actually, I've got some hashtags going with that for sure. And going back to what I was, maybe it's easier to show on my personal Instagram. Here, you know, managed services. So this is where you could go on Facebook or Instagram, LinkedIn, and it's stuff like this you could just grab for free. So here's an invitation graphic. You would need to kind of add content. So like, I would use this. I would use this graphic for some of my churches, and then along with it, I would have join us. Church is better with you in it. Join us for worship this Sunday, and we're meeting. We worship at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. and blah blah blah. Here's the hashtag. So every week I'm putting out on Mondays. It's called Monday Motivation, and so I put what I call like an inspiring reel. Then on Tuesday, if I have time, lately we've just been so busy. I haven't been doing my Tuesday skip, so I've been skipping Tuesday. But then on Wednesday, I put a Bible verse like ones we just made, and what. So just to share, we're on Instagram right now, so there's like in bio. But on Facebook, you'd have the link to my Google Drive, where then you can download the file. You can just use it. And then I've got what I call like an engagement graphic, like before Mother's Day. So if you even think, oh God, there's a big event coming. Oh, Craig probably's got so Father's Day is coming up. And if you go to my, Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn, you could go grab the graphic that I'm put out there and use it on your wall. This is one about that's kind of Mother Day related. And then the last Friday I call You're Invited Fridays, and then I'm always making like different. And they jump around between graphics and reels. So this was just a graphic, just a static image. But I mean, I've certainly made other, like here is a little bit more, I made a reel that was an invitational one. So all free stuff. And I even write, if you message me, like if you're a church, we just have Sunday. I usually am always putting the weekend as far as if I'm using text like that. But if you just message me, like, Craig, I like that, but I just need a Sunday only. Just message me. I'll make you one to shoot out to you. No cost. Happy to do it. It takes me 10 seconds to do it. So, but these are free. That's 4 posts a week for free that you could grab off my social media platforms. And it's not unlike, because there are services there's a really neat, now this is a paid service called Church. The 2 Catholic churches I work with, they have a subscription to this one called Church Motion Graphics. Really nice. And if you go here, social graphics, I'm not sure what the cost is, the subscription cost is, but they have pre-made, social media graphics under that are inspiring, that are interactive, that are you're inviting, scripture. They've got some Pentecost, graduation, Memorial Day, summer, Father's Day, this whole variety of things. So, so I would say majority of churches are probably, they're not just always creating original work, subscriptions and stuff.
Can you drop on those?
Yeah, sure.
And is there a fee for this? Did you say?
There is a fee. I don't know what it is. Let's pick Inspire. And what's nice with this is, so here's We're Grateful for You Dads. Got the Power of Prayer. And then they have corresponding, here's this Inspire section. Then you can go to Stories. We haven't talked a ton about Stories, but they have a story version. That's the portrait size version, the ones that we were talking about that go away in one day. But that they have ones of those. Too. So if I use one of these, one of those churches, I'll grab both the square and post it on just the regular news feed for Instagram and Facebook, and then I'll download the stories and I'll upload those recently too as well. So yeah, and then here's interactive. Sometimes I'll go because I'm creating original stuff. Sometimes like I can't think of anything. I'll go to here just for some ideas and inspiration of what the original stuff that I could create. You know, not plagiarize them at all or anything. Just something that's similar. Or whatever. Okay. Yeah. But so it's not always just shooting off. These are the things that we've got going. If we can like encourage, inspire, engage people, that's a part of the whole solution.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Maybe comment. How do we, how to say, avoid falling into a trap where we're just kind of pressing marketing? I think a lot of times a lot of people feel that way, like it's just a business and we're just trying to, like a used car salesman.
Yeah.
Especially younger people, I think they're very keen. They've been marketed to their whole life and they see right through it.
Yeah.
How do we kind of avoid doing that ourselves?
Yeah. Well, that one end of that is that's where I've seen like all these examples that I was, let's say, in the Bible verses or the inspire. Those aren't like selling, particularly our congregations. You know, it's just giving something to people. If it was all, if everything was all events happening at your church, then that could feel to me like a little more pushing. But if we're just giving things that encourage them and put them up, the less selling pitch. I don't know.
My immediate thought to that was to always remember who we are as Missouri Synod. What do we stand for?
Yeah.
Where do we go for inspiration? And it's always to Christ. Everything we need, everything we do needs to always point to Christ. What he is, what he did for us, what we do in his life.
Yeah, for sure.
And that needs to come through strong and from every eye.
Well, what would be just kind of curious and other questions because we kind of skipped. Didn't we skip one break? Steve?
Yeah, you did.
So
You blew right through it.
Should we take a break, or I was just thinking we could just do Q&A and wrap.
You could do Q&A and wrap up together.
Yeah. So I guess first, any other two things I would love, like additional questions, and or also like, so what was? There's a lot of stuff like probably thrown at you the other day. Like, what's maybe one takeaway that you pulled? Not everyone has to go, but whatever.
So I maybe have one request, and I don't know whether it's something you would do or not, but I know we're doing a live, we're recording this, and that's helpful, but it would be helpful if you were to put together like 3-minute tutorial video on how to do some of those things.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I know if I go watch this video, it's gonna be limited production quality, and it's a little harder as opposed to if you're interacting with screen showing. I'm sure I can Google and find it online and everything.
Yeah.
I found that sometimes those things are just so I can watch the 3 minutes that I need.
Right. I will, wanted to do that, just haven't. Fine.
I get it. I mean, it takes time to package that, and you have to have all your ducks in a row before you start that.
Right.
And, I get it.
Right. And for this, and I had never, like the whole thing with the sermon excerpt. Like, okay, I need a camera on my phone.
Oh, I get it. It's difficult. Oh, I understand that. Yeah. I know. So anyway, that would be helpful. I mean, I thought the reels was very helpful. I think I'll experiment with that.
Yeah.
Then I also have to, still toying with like, John's question about. I have to balance my time as a pastor, and I can't always be the marketing department. Right? So that's a challenge.
Yeah.
I have a lovely relationship with social media as it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I do see, if I were to create just a 2-minute, 90-second excerpt of the sermon, with your mind, I could text the link to my whole congregation and say, hey, if you missed, here's the link to the excerpt and here's where you can find the whole sermon.
Right.
That's a little less social media to make this sense specifically to my people.
Yeah.
But
My takeaway was the weekly grid, like at least seeing something like. Maybe not at first will I hit all of those points, but at least it gives me something to think about and note. Those things like what's going to be beneficial for us.
Yes.
I think for us, we were just talking, what we need to do is to really sit down and get a game plan of exactly what's the mission, why are we doing this, and how are we gonna get there, and what's our focus, and just to really. It's really easy to say, oh, we should have a really good media presence, but what is that presence? How do we do it? How do we get there? Who can maintain it? All of those practical steps we need to have in place before we even try.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Mhm.
About as simple one as just finding out that you could get Canva Pro for free.
Good.
The weekend. We don't have a tax exempt number.
Well, we can.
You can't, district office can.
We don't have a tax exempt number.
Really?
I don't think. Huh?
I don't think we.
No,
I don't think in Iowa we can do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we have tax on
The tax exempt number, we don't,
Your
we pay taxes.
No, your church, for educational purposes, like we have a childcare center, so we're tax exempt, but, we're sharing that for nonprofit.
Yeah.
You don't have to be tax exempt, you can just be a nonprofit.
Yeah.
Be a nonprofit.
You're a nonprofit.
But there's gonna be some proof that you would be showing.
Yeah, I wonder what they require.
I just went through that process. If you call St. Louis, they'll send you the paperwork.
Everything.
You just need the tax ID.
Yeah,
Tax ID.
we're covered under
Oh.
that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've got that. You should get that.
Maybe, I gotta check.
See, I just found out that our childcare center has been claimed as a business, and I have no idea
Oh, no.
who that could be. So I just put on a review, and I'm gonna find out who.
There you
gets
go.
the review,
Yeah.
Because it's kind of scary. Who has that? I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah.
So, obviously Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, like, they're very popular and they've actually had some pretty good staying power, like Facebook's been around for almost 20 years now.
Yeah.
Things change, obviously. Do you, like, you do this, this is your business.
This is what I do. Yeah.
Do you see anything coming up in the future that maybe some changes that we should be aware of, or obviously like TikTok, but
That's the one that, I watched. There's a guy, Brady Shearer. He's, some huge mega church. He's sort of like the church social media guru. And I see him all the time. I watched one video of him where he was talking about TikTok And I've been just kind of like, I just feel leery of the whole nation.
It's
But
very sketchy.
It's sketchy, but you know, in his video he was sharing,
But
the others are sketchy too.
That's also very popular.
And it's super popular. He was saying only 10% of churches are using TikTok. And it's just, it's so huge. Maybe it was the number one social media thing. Obviously young people are on it all the time.
I know.
So that's one I'm trying
But
to.
isn't that one that's supposed to be based in China and China?
Yeah.
About collecting information.
Yeah, that's why,
Why?
All about collecting
So that's the thing, that's what he was sharing. He was saying
What
the
makes them
the
any
others, even if they're the US, they're sketchy too. So I don't know, it's hard. But it's like, where would Jesus be maybe? Would he want to share the message with the biggest audience that he could? It's hard,
You also have to take and consider the medium is the message too. Because when you're putting content on TikTok, you got to think, what is that medium and how is that being received?
Yeah.
Right. So that's going to kind of shape it as well.
Yeah, like how the media is created, or you mean?
Yeah, because TikToks, it's typically 10-second videos.
Yeah.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, real short.
So you got to think about, well, how can I actually use this
Exactly.
as what I'm trying to get out there?
So that's one that I'm trying to like. Haven't touched it, but saying like, should I be?
Pastors see it out their choreography game.
Right.
Yeah, right,
Get to your point.
yeah.
I have a question from the webinar. Is what you're just talking about, I've struggled with the whole time with both Facebook and Reels and all that kind of stuff, in the sense that as a pastor, I'm not real excited about my members being on social media all the time, nor promoting that or having them go to my site for that. I'd much rather have them playing with their kids or doing other things in life. And so how do I balance that, or how do I break that frustration that I have, that I'm not a real fan of social media. I understand the need for it to go out to other people, to reach out, but how do you do that without promoting it and pushing it all the more?
Yeah, it's a real, it's a really challenging, I mean, you certainly can preach it about how important interpersonal relationships and face-to-face time and time with your kids and family is. I guess on my side, I've just seen it. It's like, it's a reality where people are at and where they're doing life. So will you meet them in that space? You know, there was a pastor, LCMS guy, young, he's older now, but he's maybe 30 or something now, but I remember talking to him a few years ago, and he's in Texas, and he was going to do some bars missionally, and and he'd have spiritual conversations, and the guys would be like, wait a minute, like once they found out you're a pastor, like, what are you doing here? And they might have been more used to, if you're down there in Texas, it's more Baptist, and you're not having, a drink like that. So it was so foreign. But this guy, Will, his attitude, I want to be where I can be reached. I want to reach the sick and the lost, and that's where you're going to go. So, that's where I'm behind in all this, to reach people where they're at.
I have a thought on that. I agree with you. I shut down my Facebook page because it's just a cesspool most of the time and I can't stand it. So my thought is, people are there and they're using it. So if they're gonna be there, it'd be nice to attract them to your page, and maybe you're saving them from some other page that is tons worse, that maybe they'll think about what they're viewing, and you have a chance to reach that person that you might not have had otherwise. And sadly, they are there. they are using. it.
But you know, too, like, just to, not to overly defend it, you know, it's like a tool, like anything, we can
Yeah.
misuse tool. It is awesome. And it's also an incredible tool. Like, if you, we just got a friend who just lost his wife, and it's a place that people can go and just, oh, we love you so much. We're praying for you. It increases prayer. So it can be an awesome tool for sharing the good news across. An incredible tool. So it can be either misused or used for kingdom purposes. So
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Sure.
Newsletter. You put in the list like you did in January, about some of like the free or discount software solutions. But those, they keep adding these in like Canvas and all that.
Sure.
So the other parts of the church still work here, I can see that again.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for coming. We're gonna let you go a little early. I'm sure you're not gonna be upset that you're getting out a little early. Craig, you want to close in a word of prayer before we head on our way?
Thank you, Lord, just for bringing all of us here, Lord. And just as been said, I pray in all of this that our minds, our lives are completely focused on you, on Christ. And I just pray you use us in whatever ways, and using some tools that can be just powerful to reach those who don't know you, especially, the only other reason why we're on this earth right now is so we can share Christ with those who don't know you. So I pray your blessings on that. And I just pray just be with us the rest of this week as well. Just ask this all in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Craig.
You gotta kind of back to me on social media. Can I get a selfie with if I did take a picture with all you guys? And that's okay.